This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, April 1st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming may have lost a legend with the death of former U.S. Senator Al Simpson, but the 6'7" man who stood larger than life is surely not forgotten. Simpson died March 14th at the age of 93. On Monday, Simpson's family and friends gathered at Christ Episcopal Church in Cody for his funeral service, the final event in a series of honors that started at the state capitol last week. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson was at the service.
What really struck me was kind of the range of emotions that we saw, everything from laughs, tears, points of inspiration. I found Pete Simpson, Al's brother's speech, probably the most emotional, kind of that brotherly connection, and it brought me to tears.
In addition to Simpson's family, around 150 of his closest friends were also in the audience, including U.S. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis, Governor Mark Gordon, Yellowstone National Park Superintendent Cam Shawley, and University of Wyoming President Ed Seidel. Country music star Clint Black was also in attendance and sang a song in Simpson's honor. 18-year-old Wyotech student Reagan Schaefer checked in with his mother, Stephanie, on Sunday, March 23rd at around 7 p.m. and told her he was in for the night. But the young man's plans changed. Just a few hours later, Schaefer was killed in a tragic accident 30 miles away from his apartment in Laramie, helping a stranded motorist on Highway 130. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to Schaefer's family about the details surrounding the young man's death.
According to what the Highway Patrol told the family, Reagan was out on this road at 10:30 at night on a Sunday, helping another 18-year-old who had crashed their car and was stuck perpendicular, blocking one lane of traffic, when a 50-something-year-old motorist came upon the scene and tragically crashed into the crash site. And so Reagan was standing right there and took the blow and died instantly.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol has not released details about the incident and the drivers involved, but the family was told it's being investigated as two separate crashes. The brother of a man who died last summer after shooting at National Park Service rangers in Yellowstone National Park is asking a judge not to let the government keep all of the man's things. 28-year-old Lucas Fussner died in a shootout the morning of July 4th in Canyon Village after taking a hostage for several hours, making statements about committing a mass shooting, then shooting a park ranger in the foot and firing at others. Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland reports that Fussner's possessions were part of a plot to commit mass violence. That's according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that allows the government to take possession of them.
Over time, the United States has decided that if your property is involved in a crime, the government can seize your property, but other people with a potential claim on it can also argue about that in court, whether the government should have it. So Lucas Fussner's brother, Noah, is asking the court, don't let the federal government take all his stuff. We shared a lot of this stuff.
Noah Fussner hopes the guns connected to the shootout will be sold to offer restitution to the park ranger who was shot. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Well, observers watching Yellowstone National Park's Old Faithful webcam got quite the spectacle Monday afternoon. A bison herd decided a wandering grizzly got too close for comfort and sent it scurrying through the snow. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that grizzlies might be the apex predators of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, but bison are bigger.
Grizzlies routinely walk through bison herds. It's not that big of a thing. You can see it happen all the time, but it only takes one bison with a chip on its shoulder to decide that the bear bear is threatening or that it's not moving fast enough. So in this incident, the bison seemed like they were just going to let it pass. But before you knew it, they had joined together and you had about 20 bison chasing after a grizzly. And the grizzly took the hint and ran off.
It was the latest amazing wildlife moment captured on the Old Faithful webcam for its international audience. A recording of the entire incident was posted on the Geyser Times dashboard as one of the day's highlights. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Good morning on this first day of April. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Glad to be here this morning and looking forward to the next few days. Had a ton of support, tons of folks chiming in on me filling in for Jake, and I've had a ton of fun. So we've got a guest joining this morning. Jen, how are you?
Good, Shireen. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. It's a great morning, the 1st of April, and yeah, got the coffee going. How about you? You got coffee this morning, or do you drink tea?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Every morning. It doesn't begin
Cheers.
without.
Yes, me neither. Yeah, my fiance knows I'll have a coronary if I don't have my coffee.
Yeah.
Although
absolutely.
I have tried this mushroom coffee from this guy locally, High Country Fungus, and it's actually pretty good, but it has some caffeine in it.
Mhm. Yeah, I tried at some point because I drink like 29 cups a day. I'm like, I really need to cut back. So I tried the mushroom coffee. It isn't bad.
Yeah, as long as it has caffeine in it. I don't buy the stuff that doesn't have a little bit of caffeine. If you're going to wean me, I have to have a little bit at least.
Yeah, and I don't like to be tripped with healthy stuff.
I don't like anything healthy. No, I do actually. I do. And I don't like exercise though. You can't get me to exercise very much, but that's okay. Unless it's outdoors hiking or fishing or something. But Jen, I have a bone to pick with you.
Alrighty. Lay it on me.
Because of your story, last night my fiance was gone. He drives truck once in a while to pick up some feed for farm animals or ranchers. And so last night I was a little spooked because of the happy face killer and the story you wrote. So I slept with like a switchblade with 4 blades out by my bed. I took a picture and sent it to my fiance. I was like, well, I might have been a little scared last night. I don't know why.
It was creepy. I don't blame you. It's funny because I do so much crime that now when I pick hotels, I pick them strategically. And the first thing I do is check every window, check the doors. And Airbnbs but the last Airbnb, I couldn't find the knife, so I had to sleep with a spatula. I get it.
I mean, if you're gonna have something, a spatula is something.
It was something.
Yeah.
I figured I'd get one good hit in there.
Right? Yeah. I think there's something to be said though for that, whether you're a male or a female, if you're traveling alone, or if you happen to live alone. I really appreciate that I am getting I have that kind of instinct. Just because it's better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely. Situational awareness, as the experts say.
Right.
Yeah. But I agree with you. In fact, covering that story, and I had the unfortunate experience of reading his first person. Well, it was written through a journalist, but it was basically his first person narrative, Jesperson's. and he was just creepy. And what was so creepy about it is the women that he killed were very unsuspecting because he wasn't, he was charming, and he's this enormous guy at 6'6", 200 plus pounds. And the women didn't see it coming, and he just kind of turned on a dime. And that's what I find so scary when people, you gain their trust and then you just murder them.
Yeah.
And he's just repulsive, and it's one of those where, and I think we've talked about, I don't have a serial killer thing like some people do. I don't find them fascinating. I find them repulsive. But this guy really took the cake, and really he freaked me out too. And I think it was just that the brutality, and also the fact that he was, your pal, and then he killed you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that have you feeling weird and icky after stories like that. And I'm with you. I'm not fascinated at all. I have a friend who kind of is, and I think it's a little unhealthy sometimes for her. But I don't get into like serial killer podcasts or serial or anything like that. But what I do like, and you know him, is Scott Fuller does the Dead and Gone in Wyoming. And I like that because that's more kind of what you do, is the more journalist side, or the more of the documentary side, instead of the dramatization, which a lot of the podcasts have that in them, and also just really almost make these serial killers celebrities. And so I get a little freaked
Exactly.
out about that. But I saw a ton of people sharing, even family members, about the happy face killer. So you've got probably a ton of feedback on that.
Yeah, I did, and it's funny, I don't get a ton of emails from people, but I hear from at least 3 people to tell me I really need to lighten it up, and they were concerned about me. Which I found kind of, I mean, bless their hearts for
Right.
caring, but yeah, they were just like, Enough, enough." Though this week was a little heavy
It was
on
for you. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I mentioned that, I think, when we talked, and even when we got off of the interview later in the day, just how important it is, Jen. And I kind of go with the person on the email to make sure you're taking care of yourself. But I don't
Mhm.
think lightening it up is what you need to do, because those stories still need to be written. They
Mhm.
still need to be told. But you just got to make sure you're taking care of yourself, because those are some hard stories.
Absolutely, yeah.
What do you got in the works next? Anything we can tease? Because
Well, we've got the missing Powell man, and I'm watching that to see what happens to him. He disappeared on last Tuesday, and he was reported missing on Thursday.
okay.
And I haven't spoken with the family yet, which is super rare for me to do a story without talking to the family. But our editors felt it was important to get the word out. So I hope to connect with the family, but also just to see how it's going, where he is, and if they can find him, because apparently it's very out of character for him based on what the police chief told me. So I am watching that, and I'm hoping for a good end to that. It's so scary. And I'm also working on, in fact, just spoiler alert, I'm not lightening it up.
Didn't think so.
No, I can't do it. So I'm working on, there's human remains found in Utah, outside of Salt Lake City. And there is a young woman who's missing from Pinedale. And she went missing, or she disappeared, was last seen in Salt Lake City area. So she's one of the 6 families who it might be. So I'm gonna work on that today, and then I've got a weird one. John Benet Ramsey. I was connected or contacted by what that one, the little girl who was murdered in Boulder, the
Oh,
beauty
yeah,
queen.
yeah, I'm fascinated. I think I've watched every documentary, and I always think there's new information. There's rarely any new information.
There's rarely any new information, and I'm always skeptical. But a guy who, I don't know if you know this name. Now I'm forgetting it, of course, so I can't help you. But he interviewed, it's a longtime childhood friend of one of the suspects, and he recently went to talk to him again, and he's trying to get him to confess, basically, because he's convinced that he actually killed John Benet based on a phone call that he received from this man who is a convicted sex offender, a pedophile. And he got a call from him after John Benet was killed, before it was announced to the public. And he said the guy was crying and said, "I did something terrible to a little girl." And so he immediately contacted police, and police were slow to interview the guy. So I'll talk to him. I'm meeting them today to talk. I'll see what they have, if there's anything new, because I'm skeptical too that this is the breakthrough that police are looking for, but we'll see.
I hope so. I mean, I've got it. That's one of those stories that I have been enamored with, Jen. And I think I gravitate more towards like a missing person or a cold case file. My grandma
Mhm.
and me watch cold case files all the time growing up. So I feel like I gravitate a little bit more to those where I become enamored. The John Benet Ramsey thing and the fact that you have a connection, I think that is so cool. And whether or not anything comes from it, I'm just glad that they're still trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, yeah, and from what I understand from the last documentary I saw, because I, again, go down a rabbit hole when somebody reaches out to me with potential new information, is, that they're really hoping for some connection with that unknown DNA, and forensic genetic genealogy may be the key there.
It's interesting how much of old DNA is now able to be connected, and those things are able to actually uh, be figured out through that DNA. So yeah, the
Mhm.
last documentary I watched was actually pretty good. It did have a couple of new things in it.
Mhm.
And so well, I will be messaging you on Facebook about that.
You
Probably
got it.
personally, because now we're Facebook friends. So
I know, for life,
yeah, for life.
unless one of us gets mad at each other.
Yeah, or unless, yeah, our Facebook ends up going away or something, which I laugh because my friend, she catalogs all of her pictures on Facebook and then erases them on her phone. And I said, what happens if Facebook goes away? You're going to lose all your pictures.
Yeah, it will change our lives if Facebook goes away. I will not know when people's birthdays are.
Amen to that. As a matter of fact, it was a friend of mine, Scott's birthday, and not Fuller, but Anderson, and Facebook didn't tell me, and it was just a couple days ago. I was like, oh man, I
I know.
hate you,
I'm
Facebook,
so
sometimes.
reliant. And apparently we're old school. The kids don't use Facebook. But
Yeah.
I've just gotten used to it. So I don't know what to do.
I love Facebook. I don't know why. It's just such a good
Me
community
too.
for me, and I love everybody on there. I also like Instagram. I'm not on TikTok, although I should have got on there years ago when my old radio company told me I needed to. But I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not molding to the norm, and I didn't want to do it. But now everybody seems to be on TikTok. Are you on TikTok?
I'm not, but
Okay.
and I need to be too. I'm just barely on Twitter X.
Mm.
And I just
X
found
is
out
good.
today on TikTok it's a thing. If you want people to check your outfits, it's called a fit check.
Oh, I've heard young people say fit check. I
That's
didn't know.
it.
I thought it was a like exercise
I
fit
know, me
check.
too. Yeah, so this is why I have to stay in touch with young people so they tell me what's going on in the world.
Jen, before I let you go, one of the things I'd like to do, I don't know if I can arrange it before, and if I had the right young person either, but I used to do something on the radio with a young kid named Wyatt and a guy named Jared that I worked with, where they gave me the abbreviations of things or like the short form. I never knew any of them. Like, I mean, I know LOL is laugh out loud, but
Mhm.
they'd say IMO, and I'd be like, in my outhouse. No, I'd be like, I mean, I literally would be live and I could never guess them right. And those short little abbreviations that kids use, just, BRB or whatever, I'm
Mhm.
terrible at those. So I'd like to get a young kid on the show and run me through some of them. And there's some new ones out there. So
Mhm. It's always it's always changing. In fact, funny you should say that. I teach also, and one of my students formerly gay because they would throw these around, and I'm like, I know BTW by the way, and I use that all the time because I love it. But there's a little dictionary, and one of my students gave it to me.
I need this dictionary. That's
I
what we need to use. I
know.
need whoever the young kid is to have that dictionary.
Exactly.
All right, this is great. Okay, well, I'm gonna try to get that worked out, and because it's hilarious, because I'm not the only
I
one
love it.
that
It's a
doesn't,
great idea.
yeah, doesn't know these. So, all right, Jen. Well, it's been great having you on the show. Looking forward to some of your stories coming out and following you on cowboystatedaily.com. Have a great morning.
Absolutely. You too.
Bye
Bye
bye.
bye.
All right, Jen Coker, Cowboy State Daily. She is always a great interview this bright and early and has some amazing stories. And so really looking forward to some of the teases she just gave us. So keep an eye on cowboystatedaily.com for those stories from Jen. I'm Shireen Herrera. Good morning, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Gracie and might not get along.
All right, back in action. First day of April. Good morning. I'm Shireen, the Adventure Queen, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. And like I mentioned, the 1st of April, dun, dun, dun. Looking at the week, of course, interested to chat with Dawn Day and the forecast and the weather around the state. We had some snow back at my house yesterday afternoon, actually. I was a little surprised after the morning show yesterday with Cowboy State Daily. I had a few things, had to head to town real quick and go to the store. I live about 20 minutes from the closest store or town. I live out of town. And so I came back home and boy, the snow started up and it was intense for a while. Although it wasn't too cold, so I think it melted off pretty quick. So Don Day will have his forecast coming up here momentarily. In my neck of the woods, central Wyoming, we'll have cloudy skies today. The high will be around 45, which is about 5 degrees cooler than the high was for yesterday. And currently at my place, we're at 30, and at the Riverton Airport, they're checking in at 33. So it's not a bad start this morning, but definitely some cooler temps expected for the rest of this week for the majority of Wyoming, I believe. I'm looking forward to the weekend and enjoying hopefully what is a little bit better weather. It looks like at least by the start of next week, most of Wyoming will be in the 60s, enjoying some nice weather. I can't believe last week we had places in Wyoming in the upper 70s. It was 75 on Thursday where I'm at. It was 81 in Denver when I arrived there on Thursday afternoon around 5 o'clock. And now we're down into the 40s. We've got cool temps overnight as well. It looks like for my area, we'll be below freezing for the next week overnight. It looks like maybe even a little bit longer. So some cooler temps overnight, but still getting some fairly warm temps in the mid to upper 40s for the rest of this week. But it is the 1st of April, so that friendly reminder, if you're like me and extremely gullible, you might want to keep an eye out, keep an ear out, and don't believe everything you read on social media today. Although I will have a disclaimer on that. There are some really important news stories that come out on April 1st, and every year people think they're lies or they're jokes or they're not real, and they're real. And so keep that in mind, too. That's kind of my disclaimer on April Fool's Day, because there's still a lot of news that happens. It doesn't really pick the day. And so if there is important news, cowboystatedaily.com, they're going to have actual news, not just April Fool's jokes. Hey, have you subscribed to the newsletter for cowboystatedaily.com? Up in the right corner says get free daily newsletter. I saw my face in the newsletter for the promotion of the morning show with my friend Patrick Edwards. Greg Johnson's there. You have Don Day as well. And so it helps promote not only all the stories that they have, but that new Saturday morning live video and radio show that they have. You'll hear about that from John Beggs. You'll find out about videos from their reporters and their journalists, and you'll find out all kinds of good stuff. So subscribe to that daily newsletter. You can also find out more about advertising if you're interested in being a part of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show or the Cowboy State Daily website. I'm filling in for Jake for the rest of this week. We have some great guests, too. I'm excited. We had to have a schedule change on Senator Lummis. She'll be joining on Thursday morning. I'm really excited. She'll talk about a couple highway project funding, and then also ditching the penny, which I did not realize how much the penny costs us. So I'm all about ditching the penny, and so she'll be talking about that. I'm also excited to have Owen Sweeney on this week. He'll talk about affordable housing and the issue that a lot of areas in Wyoming are actually dealing with the lack of affordable housing. And I'm not talking about Teton County. I'm actually talking about other areas in Wyoming that are dealing with that. We'll have Helen Wilson with the Wind River Visitors Council talking about tourism and visitors for the state of Wyoming, which are extremely important. We love our visitors, and we love that they spend money and enjoy spending time in our great areas. And then they head back home, and then they come back again and spend money at the hotels for lodging and that lodging tax and other information. We'll talk to Helen Wilson with the Wind River Visitors Council about, and just kind of get her thoughts on the pulse of tourism for the state of Wyoming. So thanks for being here with me this morning. I'm Shireen with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Glad to be here. Let's check in with Don Day and that forecast.
Welcome to Tuesday. It's April 1st. No Foolin' 2025. Your Day Weather podcast brought to you by ConverseCountyTourism.com. Feel the energy of Converse County. Explore Douglas's Railroad Heritage, Ayers Natural Bridge, and the Jackalope Legend. Glen Rock boasts scenic trails, dinosaur history, and small town charm. Plan your visit at ConverseCountyTourism.com. Well, the animals are getting out a bit more now as seasons are changing, but it's going to be chilly, cool, and unsettled all week. We have a very disorganized low-pressure system over the western United States, and this is going to kind of spread out the energy over a lot of real estate. So no one's going to really get a lot. It's not going to turn into a big, intense storm, but it's going to stay cool and unsettled right up into the upcoming weekend. There'll be pockets of rain and snow on the plains, pockets of snow up into the high country region, And we are going to stay cool and unsettled through the weekend. Now, next week, we're going to have maybe a possible warming trend. I'm still very skeptical on what the models have here at the end of the week and over the weekend, but we'll see what pans on out. A lot of weather, as you'll see here in a moment, all across the western United States, from the east side of the Sierra Nevada to the mountains north of Craig, Colorado there. You can see those heavy, thick, dark clouds, and great shot there. Some low clouds along the east side of the Bighorn Mountains yesterday. Now, yesterday I showed you this awesome photo. In fact, it was this one right here from Nathaniel of the cloud right up on Grand Teton there. Great wave form of the air going up, getting forced up over the mountain peaks there, causing that wave to form. Just imagine the wind going along where you see that cloud there. Then we had a closer look at that from Clark, who was up there skiing in Garnet Canyon in the Tetons. So two great perspectives of the same cloud. Thanks for sending those on in. There's some great mammatus clouds as those showers, and as you'll see in a moment, some strong thunderstorms popped up yesterday across portions of eastern Wyoming and western Nebraska, but all the way back into Payson, Utah, showers and thunderstorms. So you can see the breadth and the scope of the geography here of the unsettled weather across many areas of the western United States, and then up into the Black Hills of South Dakota. Then rain, sleet, and snow reported with this shower in the Laramie Valley yesterday afternoon. Then we had some pretty good buildup. As temperatures got a little bit warmer east of the Continental Divide yesterday, we had this energy and moisture coming from the Pacific. The air aloft was pretty chilly yesterday while it was getting warmer closer to the ground. And there we had some really good cloud buildup east of Cheyenne there. That ended up blowing up. So you can see an anvil. So you're looking at that photo saying, wow, it's June or July. That's a scene that you see a lot as you get into late spring and early summer. We had our first, at least in this area, real severe thunderstorm that developed over western Nebraska yesterday evening. Thanks, Jan, for sending these radar shots in. But you can see the blow up there just along the Nebraska-Wyoming border. And we had 64 dBz, which is basically a very high reflectivity hit from the radar. And you can see the box here of the severe thunderstorm warning that went out for it. Now, there's one good reason why the radar was seeing a lot of reflectivity. Yes, there was some very heavy rain coming down, bringing some beneficial rain to that area right there, but it also produced some hail that got as large as 1.5 inches in diameter. Yeah, folks, we're entering into that time of the year where we're starting to worry about hail. Thanks to storm chaser Dan Fitz for going out and chasing that last night. This was just 9 miles north of Kimball on Highway 71. So get the stuff out of your garage. This is the time of year you have to start worrying about putting the car in the garage at times. We're just getting into that season now. Beautiful shot there from northern Wyoming of the sunset. And now I have happy news to report. I want to thank everybody that signed up all across the western United States, but the final results are in. Minnesota wins the traditional category for the most signups for the 6th year in a row, but Wyoming did it. Way to go, guys. There was a huge surge of signups over the last few days, taking it right up to the end there, but you can see Wyoming finishing number 1 per capita with 52 new signups. So thank you, everyone, for signing up and taking part in the volunteer rain gauge network. Now, as we take a look at the surface map this morning, you can see the fragmented area of low pressure across the west, and the satellite really shows that very well. Not one organized swirl of clouds, but lots of patches of moisture, instability, strong jet streams aloft, and very cool air aloft as well, causing a lot of instability. So what we're going to have across a lot of the country is pockets of a lot of weather. Very heavy rain in this part of the world here. More wind, I'm afraid, for the southern plains and southern Rockies. But you can see there's a large area here of winter weather advisories from the Black Hills through the mountains of Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, a good chunk of Montana's western mountains. And we're going to have a late season snow event up here across the northern plains. So the weather getting pretty busy across the nation this week. And closer to home, you can see winter weather advisories in effect for the higher elevations. So if you're going to go over a mountain pass today, really, if you're going to be going over a mountain pass for the next 3 or 4 days, you're going to encounter some wintry weather. So here's your disorganized 500 millibar trough from Western Canada throughout the Rockies coming on through, and it's going to stay somewhat fragmented. So we're going to see the pattern by Thursday looking like this. We start to see a low getting a little bit further south, and some of the pieces, so to speak, ejecting back up into Canada and the Great Lakes. Now, if these two would come together, we would have ourselves a very large early April storm. But right now, the computer modeling wants to keep them separate. But with this trough overhead, between now and Saturday, it's going to keep conditions cool, moist, and unstable. This is the precipitation forecast through 6 p.m. on Thursday. So you can see across the Dakotas here, across Montana, there's a trail here of some heavier precipitation in the form of rain and snow. Here's your snow chances up into the mountains, and you can see all the green here. So there's going to be more opportunities for rain showers, a little bit of isolated thunderstorm activity, and just unsettled cool weather throughout the west and into the central plains. And you remember a week ago when it was so warm? Well, this is for the next 5 days. This is the temperature anomaly. So it's going to be back to some very chilly conditions here for the first 5 days of April. And this is what the snowfall looks like between now and Thursday. Now, as we get into Friday and Saturday, we're still going to have to contend with this. The low pressure system is going to slide down into New Mexico and Arizona here, but it's still somewhat connected. It's not cutting off from the flow like it looked like it might do. As long as these two systems work together and move together, this will not become a significant spring storm. So we still have to watch it. I'm not exactly 100% sure I'm buying what the models are selling here, just because the time of year you'll get these lows that end up pinching off and get left behind and cause unsettled weather. But if it does move in one whole piece, this will allow this high pressure ridge to come in late in the weekend and into next week for a nice big warm up. So we'll just have to see what happens here. What the good news could be for you folks down here is moisture. So with the low going down further south, southern Colorado, the Panhandles, southwest Kansas, and New Mexico could end up getting some beneficial moisture. We'll see. Like I said, some question marks on this, but this is an area that could really use some precipitation and might be in line to get some more. Have yourself a good Tuesday. Don't fall for any April Fool's jokes. We'll see you tomorrow.
Even Dawn giving you that friendly reminder to make sure you don't fall for any April Fool's jokes, although the jokesters and the pranksters hate when you mention it. And there will still be folks, I'm sure I will still fall for something online or on social media. Good morning. Glad to be here. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I've had a ton of fun, had some great support too. Shout out to Patrick Edwards, had him on the show. I was reached out to, and folks really enjoyed that chat with Patrick about fishing, walleye fishing, some great recipes, and some stuff he's doing to try to instill being great stewards of the land in children and other folks who follow him and participate in his podcast and his fun. He has the podcast Angling Wisdom, but it was good to have Patrick Edwards on yesterday and to be able to chat a little fishing. I'm always good for a fishing conversation, sometimes a little too much. And so if I go on and on, just reach out or comment on YouTube or Facebook and say, move on now. Sports and fishing, I always have to be careful on because both of those I will chat about and sometimes for a little too long. But speaking of sports, March Madness, like I mentioned, we have the Final Four that continues this weekend. And then the big dance, I think, is on Monday. I am second place. I cannot believe it. I'm second place in our bracket challenge. And there's hundreds of people at my work, my other job, that are involved in it. And so a bunch of people in the community, and I am second place. And so I feel pretty good. I'm not eligible to win any of the prizes, but bragging rights for sure. And depending how things go in the big dance, although the way things are looking right now, if Florida and Duke advance to the big dance, the championship, which is what I have in my bracket, I have Florida winning. And after watching them, I just don't think, I think actually Houston is a tougher matchup for Duke than Florida would be. And Duke has to get through Houston to advance to the big dance. And so if Duke does get through Houston, I think it'll be fairly easy for them to get through Florida, although you never know. If Florida advances as well, they have Auburn, I believe, they're taking on. So I'm second place. That's all I care about. And I don't know much about college basketball. I know a lot about sports. I've definitely filled out a bracket for many years. Normally I have UConn and Kansas in the Final Four as well, but not this year. And I'm glad I didn't, or I would not be second place in the bracket challenge. But that continues this weekend again, so you'll find folks and establishments could be a little extra busy as folks are partaking and watching the Final Four for March Madness. I love the atmosphere and environment of getting together with folks during March Madness. I think it's a ton of fun. I have a dream to go to one of the games for March Madness. I would really like it to be the Sweet 16. And I used to live in Missoula, and Spokane, Washington would hold games quite often, I think, but I think it was in the lower rounds there. And then, of course, Denver and Ball Arena, which isn't too far away. Salt Lake City has had games as well. So it's not impossible to actually make it to one of the games for March Madness. That will be something I hope to accomplish in the next few years off my sports bucket list. Thanks for tuning in to the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake on this fine Tuesday morning.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping, maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, Give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Glad to be back. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show, and hoping you have a fantastic day and just a great rest of this week as things are just a little bit cooler. Dawn Day just mentioned that for this week, and then things do start to warm up a little bit. I was looking at some stuff that's going on for the weekend. This weekend will be the first weekend of April. I know parents who are busy with soccer and track. I know some volleyball was going on. I'm not sure how long that goes for, but this first start of April is always a little questionable when it comes to weather in Wyoming for some of these outdoor activities for the kids and the parents too. I know a lot of parents, they go to all this stuff and they're packing umbrellas and little shanties that they set up and just prepared for whatever. So definitely this week, it's a great idea to keep an eye on Dawn Day's forecast, especially if you're traveling for any kind of track meets or any kind of activities with the kids. I know this weekend, too, up in Teton Village, Jackson Hole, I wanted to make it. The Rendezvous Music Festival is happening there. They have the Yvette Brothers and so many more acts as well for the Rendezvous Music Festival, and that's this weekend. I rarely make it up to Jackson, but this is definitely a weekend that is always a lot of fun. And it's the first week of April, first weekend of April, so there's a lot actually happening in Jackson Hole and other areas too. And I think a lot of outdoor areas, outdoor activities I see at Kurt Gowdy State Park, people will start getting out, but still a little chilly this weekend. But if I keep an eye on Dawn Day's forecast, and he mentions that the following weekend is going to be really nice, then a lot of these outdoor activities and hikes and other things that we like to do outdoors will be on the list a little bit more than they might be this weekend with some of the cooler weather that we're getting. Although much needed precip, I am also keeping an eye on Dawn Day's weather because especially the northeast part of the state, they're in need of some precip a little bit more than other areas and their waterways and drainages. And then also Dawn mentioned that if we do get any snow in the mountains, we had snow at my house yesterday afternoon, so I'm sure it was snowing up in the mountains, up in the winds. He said that snow should be packing a good amount of moisture, which is extremely important. So that is good news there. We shall deal with the April showers because they bring May flowers, right? Let's check in with that rodeo report.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Huge event down in Central Texas just ended. Rodeo Austin in the Lone Star capital. I have the winners of Rodeo Austin, another major going on in the early 2025 season. Rodeo Austin results coming up next on the Rodeo Roadshow. Stay close.
Sale season's here again, and there are a lot of black-hided Angus bulls on the market, but not all of them are registered. Why take the risk? Don't gamble on unproven genetics. Invest wisely with registered, powered by Angus bulls. Backed by the power of the American Angus Association and 80 million data points, registered Angus bulls give you the confidence in your buying decisions. Don't buy an imposter. Look for the registration number. Buy the power. Buy registered Angus bulls.
At Hould Angus of Havre, Montana, you'll find cattle with maternal performance backed by genetics with maternal integrity. It truly is a commercial cowman's program. This year's bull offering is again very heavily influenced by OCC and the old Inbar emulation bloodlines. Saturday, April 5th, 67 Angus bulls sell, including 37 yearlings and 32-year-olds plus 20 yearling heifer calves. Sale time is 1 o'clock at the ranch 10 miles south of Havre, Montana. Also carried live on Frontier Live Sale. For more information, visit houldangus.com.
The Texas swing is about over. Rodeo Austin is indeed over. In the bareback riding, Tanner Ross from Minnesota wins the bareback riding event. He has won that rodeo before. In the steer wrestler, young man from Penrose, Colorado, Logan Kenline, wins the steer wrestling event. Header Marcus Terrio from Mississippi and his healer Wyatt Cox from California wins the team roping event. Young man named Q Taylor from Alberta, Canada, the saddle bronc riding winner. Tough Cooper in the tie-down roping, the 5-time world champion. There he is. He won San Antonio. He tops the list in Austin. In the breakaway roping, it's Riley George from Oakdale, California, taking home top honors. Barrel racing winner, 3-time champion of the world, Brittany Posey Tanazzi. She missed going to the NFR last year, didn't rodeo as hard. It appears she's going hard this year, looking for a 4th world title. And young Wacy Shala from Arapahoe, Oklahoma, wins the bull riding event. He is in the top 3 in the world standings, the 21-year-old from Oklahoma, the bull riding champion. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
All right, good morning. The Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake on this first day of April. Things a little cooler across Wyoming for the rest of this week. And like Don Day mentioned, not just across Wyoming, but he showed a map of the United States, and most everybody in the West has blue for the rest of the week, which means some cooler temperatures. I was just reading a story. I've been fascinated. I mentioned I'm really into sports, but also I really love to travel. And a place that I have been really wanting to go has been Costa Rica. But then I started reading the story about a former outfielder for the New York Yankees. His name is Brett Gardner. My fiance's dad's name is also Brett Gardner, so it's interesting. But Brett Gardner, who's the former outfielder for the New York Yankees, him and his family went on a trip to Costa Rica, and they went out to dinner out off of the resort and came back, and a bunch of them were feeling sick, which when you travel, that's, fairly common when you're eating some food from foreign countries or, eating spicier food that you're not used to. And many of them were sick when they came back to the hotel. Well, then Brett Gardner's 14-year-old son ends up passing away in the night sometime, and he was experiencing the sickness and the vomiting. And so they had thought that it had something to do with the food that they ate. Well, like I mentioned, I've been following this story just because I've been really interested in to find out what happened to this young man, 14 years old, really healthy. And he had been playing all kinds of sports, was in good spirits, went out to dinner, didn't feel well, and then never woke up. And there was a lot of stuff coming out about what might have happened to his son, again, 14 years old, Miller Gardner, the son of former New York Yankees outfielder Brett Gardner. It sounds like it's being investigated as related to possible carbon monoxide poisoning at the hotel, the very nice resort that they stayed at in Costa Rica. And it sounds like the room the family was staying had high emissions of carbon monoxide contamination were detected after the Gardners had left the hotel. So it's just been one of those stories. I don't know if you have kids. I don't have kids, but I just can't imagine what this family is going through, especially at the age of 14. With such a promising life ahead of him, just really talented in the football world, really talented, of course, in baseball, but he had a real love for football and just extremely athletic. And yeah, it sounds like possible carbon monoxide poisoning. So that terrifies me. We live in a really old farmhouse. We also have a wood stove, and my fiance may or may not have installed the stovepipe a little wonky. So there's some times where I question, because, it has some holes in the stovepipe, on whether or not carbon monoxide is getting out. But lucky for us, the room that the stove is in is really poorly insulated and has a bunch of cracks and holes to the outside. So that is good news there. And then we also have a carbon monoxide detector. Although I'm going to check and make sure it's actually working. That's really important too, as I'm reading this story, and there were all kinds of speculations about how this young man had passed away in Costa Rica. And of course, I travel a lot, and so I was wondering, was it something to do with the food or a parasite, or is there going to be a travel warning issued because of this? But finding out that it's possibly related to carbon monoxide poisoning, that's just even more crazy too, to me. Something you might have to think about or worry or concern at a very nice, luxurious resort in Costa Rica. But like I mentioned, I talk a lot about sports. I follow a lot of sports stories as well. And so I've been just watching this story about former New York Yankees outfielder Brett Gardner and his family, and the passing of his son. I couldn't imagine. I mean, just especially for those of you that just came back from spring break or maybe are on spring break this week, and many of you that I know, want to ditch Wyoming for someplace warm and have been in places like Mexico and Puerto Rico, and I've seen tons of friends in Hawaii and other areas, and to go on a trip with your family and one of them not return, and to find out it's possible carbon monoxide poisoning, which could have taken the lives of many other people as well. It's the silent killer. So please check your carbon monoxide detectors in your home. If you have them at work, extremely important as well. Yeah, this is one of those things. I'm not sure if there's a travel carbon monoxide detector, because I do have this thing about safety Shireen, and I was talking to Jen Coker earlier about, when I read these crime stories or watch these things that happen, I kind of feel like I take a piece of it to prepare myself or have that kind of caution about things. And this is something that I just wouldn't have thought that would happen to somebody when they go on a trip to Costa Rica and they pass away. Like I said, normally I was expecting to hear it was, something from the food poisoning, asphyxiation, maybe from vomiting, some sort of parasite, or something like that. But no, they think that this 14-year-old kid passed away from possible carbon monoxide poisoning. So I'm curious if there's little travel carbon monoxide detectors. I'm wondering if that's something another thing I need to add to my travel checklist. What do you think? Is that something that's out there, or maybe we can invent? Because this kind of stuff freaks me out a little bit. I won't be doing much traveling out of the country because I'm getting married next year. So all my pennies are going to that. But after that, I'm hoping we might go on a honeymoon. Although I'm not sure if we will or not, but maybe down the road. And in that case, you want to go to someplace like Costa Rica or Mexico. I know I do. And so having a travel carbon monoxide detector might be something I'm interested in. I will have to check online or one at the local hardware store, but most likely online probably would be the best bet for me to find out if there are actually travel carbon monoxide detectors. Again, the silent killer, and it's something I'm really worried about in general. Um, I just get freaked out about it for many different reasons. We've had stories and cases here where I live in Fremont County where folks have passed away from carbon monoxide poisoning. I think everywhere I've worked in radio or media has had these stories about local families in the community that have succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning. And so checking your carbon monoxide detectors in your house is an important thing, but also this happened to this family while they were traveling. And again, I think about a lot of my friends and those of you that are experiencing spring break right now. So many are traveling to other countries and out of the United States to places like potentially Costa Rica, like I said, Mexico, Puerto Rico, things like that. So this family was staying at a luxury resort. And so you would think that their carbon monoxide detectors would be functioning and top notch, but even in some cases, they're not. And obviously, this possibly was one of those cases. Now, it's not confirmed that the son of former New York Yankees outfielder Brett Gardner, Miller Gardner, passed away from carbon monoxide poisoning, but they think there's a high possibility that it is linked. And so I wanted to mention that this morning. I'm a big fan of sports, and so a lot of sports stories roll through my news feed. But it's also just something I haven't been able to stop Googling and searching, not only just because I wanted to know what happened as a traveler, but because it was just so out of, left field, basically, pun intended, with his dad being an outfielder. But yeah, it was just really a random story. And so I wanted to share an update that I just read about the possible link to carbon monoxide poisoning and maybe a little PSA there as well. So thanks for listening to me while I kind of rambled on there about that story, but I thought it was important to mention. And I'll be looking for a travel carbon monoxide detector. So good morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, April 1st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The Powell Police Department is requesting the public's help in locating a local man who's been missing for nearly a week. 52-year-old Clint White was last seen on surveillance video leaving his home Wednesday, March 26th, just before 2 a.m. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke with the Powell Police Chief, who's been coordinating with White's family.
And at this point, the police chief said they've kind of exhausted what they could do in terms of forensics as far as trying to ping his devices, because he had his location turned off on his devices. He was seen on video surveillance leaving his home with a blanket and a generator. The family is monitoring his financial transactions, and so far he hasn't made any, but they're closely monitoring his accounts.
White's family, in a coordination with local faith groups, are actively searching for him outside of the Powell City area. Well, 2 men suspected of hacking into at least 3 Wyoming ATMs in mid-March are in custody at the Denver jail waiting for extradition. 34-year-old Johandri Ramirez and 27-year-old Yoniker Fernandez each face up to 70 years in prison if convicted of multiple felonies against them in Bighorn County, including felony theft, hacking, and conspiracy to commit theft. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the pair used sophisticated hacking tools to trick ATMs in Lovell, Grable, and Thermopolis to spit out a total of over $54,000 on March 15th and 16th.
The affidavit describes it as a software manipulation, which means that they're actually telling the computer to do things, in this case, to spit out several thousands of dollars of cash, according to court documents. And so this spree is said to have started in Montana, and then they sort of wound down into Wyoming before ultimately 2 of them, not all of them, but 2 of them were found at an apartment in Denver.
Grable Police Chief Travis Davis said at least 2 more suspects were involved, although at this juncture he knew of just 2 in custody. Authorities are looking for others. Plenty Unlimited received what was at the time Wyoming's largest ever economic development grant to build what would have been the world's largest vertical farming research center in Laramie. But now the company has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the ambitious plans for its 60,000 square foot Project Jupiter are on indefinite hold.
In 2017, they purchased the Bright Agritech company. It was a startup by a University of Wyoming student, Nate Story. And his vision really was, how can we grow more food? One theory is growing it indoors, vertical farming. Plenty bought Story's startup in 2017. It raised about $200 million in capital at the time and announced a big vertical farming facility in Seattle, Washington. 300 farms in China, a couple of farms in Japan, and then 2 farms in California.
A company spokeswoman told Cowboy State Daily Monday morning that the business does plan to keep 2 locations as part of its reorganization, including the already existing Wyoming Plant Science Research and Development Facility in Laramie. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Sometimes the only way to spread awareness about how to schedule VIN inspections is to make VIN inspections great again. That's the punchline behind the Sunday morning video released by the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, in which a deputy who could almost kinda pass for President Donald Trump gives locals a speech on how to arrange vehicle identification number or VIN inspections with sheriff's personnel. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to Sheriff Brian Kozak about this unconventional public service announcement.
They wanted to do a video telling people how to do a VIN inspection. Here's how not to. Here's why you should. Deputy Drew Harrison does a mad Trump impersonation, and he's going to do a presidential announcement about VIN inspections. It was over the top. It was funny.
And as it turns out, it's also a way to get a statewide news outlet to write about VIN inspections. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Good morning. Glad to be back. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the support on the 1st of April. Yes, it is April Fool's Day, so many of us will be pranked. I know that I'm gullible. I'm not easily amused, but then I'm gullible. I'm not sure how that works out, but I was thinking about pranks for April Fool's Day in Wyoming, and I found a couple of doozies. Are you ready for this? In the 1970s, this was real, and this actually came from NBC Sports. So like major media coverage on this from the 70s, and some folks might remember this, but announcers Dick Enberg and Al McGuire duped the entire country on NBC Sports Live when they ranked the fictitious Wyoming State Porcupines in their season-ending top 25 basketball poll. Yeah, both of those NBC Sports announcers noted that the little-known Wyoming State Porcupines had finished the season undefeated for the third year in a row. Basketball fans across the country fell for the joke, including a Chicago sports writer who published a feature praising this non-existent team, the Wyoming State Porcupines. That was from the 1970s. That was a real April Fool's joke that happened right here in Wyoming. And of course, today is April Fool's, so friendly reminder there. And it wouldn't be the last time that the national press was fooled by a Wyoming hoax. I found the story online. It says in 2005, Afton author Mari Jones issued a fake news release about wolves in Yellowstone National Park. She had quotes from the governor telling the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to go to heck and that he was referring to wolves as feral dogs. Of course, it was fictitious, but it ended up on the front page of the LA Times in 2005, and it was all an April Fool's joke. Even back then, people took hook, line, and sinker, took things to the press or the news and ran with it. And now that seems like that's happening all the time, but I think everything's front and center. But the difference is in 2005, they still had print. I believe the LA Times was still printing stuff in 2005, maybe not, but you have to think it's hard to retract print when there's fake news, a lie, or an issue. So just a couple of April Fools jokes that have been played basically on or about Wyoming. One was from a Wyoming author out of Afton. The other one, though, is so crazy. From the 1970s, two big-time NBC sports announcers talk about a fictitious team called the Wyoming State Porcupines having a third year in a row undefeated in basketball. And lo and behold, there is no Wyoming State Porcupines. But I thought the greatest part of that story was the portion of it that they talked about the fact that that Chicago Times beat writer basically wrote that publication praising the fictitious Wyoming State Porcupines. So, all right, let's try to hear from Wyoming Game and Fish here with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
A law amended to relax some of the statutes relating to shooting from a road. And meetings this week to share updates on Flaming Gorge Reservoir. That's next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. House Bill 211, which amends Wyoming Statute 23-3-306 regarding shooting wildlife from vehicles, took effect in February following Governor Mark Gordon's official signature. Although the amendment does relax some of the statutes for shooting from a vehicle, important restrictions remain in place and should be noted by the public. Aaron Kerr, law enforcement coordinator for the Wyoming Game and Fish, says the law as amended still prohibits shooting most wildlife from a vehicle. He says we encourage individuals to take the time to fully understand the requirements and restrictions in order to stay in compliance. While shooting some non-game species, such as prairie dogs, from a vehicle is now legal, shooting from a public road or highway, including the area within 30 feet on either side of a roadway, is still prohibited. Additionally, the bill only authorizes the take of unprotected wildlife. This does not include wildlife that would require a permit or license to harvest. Kerr says the legislation will not change requirements surrounding hunting regulations. He emphasizes the responsibility for hunters to review the statute and understand the requirements and restrictions for hunting activities in the state. He says this legislation will not change anything for hunters who are taking animals that require a license or permit. He says, as with any questions about hunting or fishing laws or regulations, members of the public should call a local regional office or game warden. A fisheries biologist from the Wyoming Game and Fish and Utah Division of Wildlife Resources will be sharing updates on the Flaming Gorge fishery and work plans for 2025 at upcoming public meetings. Meetings will be held on the following dates and locations: in Evanston, March 31st at 6 p.m. at the Bear Community Center; in Vernal, Utah, April 2nd at 6 p.m. at the DWR Vernal office at 318 North Vernal Avenue; and in Green River, April 3rd at 6 p.m. at the Green River Regional Office. Anglers and community members interested in the status of the Flaming Gorge fishery are encouraged to attend the meetings. Biologists from both state agencies will share the last year's data on latest population trends, results from recently conducted research, and ongoing management work related to the wide array of fish found in the reservoir. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I'm Ray Hageman.
All right, great hearing from Wyoming Game and Fish on their new law relaxes some statutes on shooting from a road with the Wyoming Outdoorsman with wgfd.wyo.gov. Glad to be here on this Tuesday morning. I was just looking outside. It looked like it was snowing for just a second where I was, and then it might have stopped. So, or maybe I was seeing things. I'm not sure, but it did look for just a second like it was snowing a minute ago while Ray was on there with Wyoming Game and Fish. But I'm not expecting too much precip here where I'm at. Could be a little breezy this morning, so if you hear some noise, it's just the wind. Thanks for tuning in to the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search IFA.org.
Hello, hello. First day of April. I'm Shireen Herrera, a.k.a. Shireen the Adventure Queen, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Glad to be here and glad to have you with us this morning. Remember, you can comment on Facebook. Something going on, you want to shout out, you want to chat about it, comment on Facebook, YouTube as well. YouTube is a great location with Cowboy State Daily because not only do you get the morning show with Jake, who will be back next week. I know a lot of folks are missing Jake. He'll be back next week, but you get the morning show. You get Wendy's news, which I love. I love Wendy. She's so awesome. You also get any breaking news or any videos that Cowboy State Daily might post. And if you subscribe, you'll be alerted to that in your email, which I love because it's really easy to be able to kind of keep track of all the great things and all the stories that Cowboy State Daily puts out. So I've had a ton of fun filling in for Jake, had some great guests, and I'm really excited about the rest of this week. We have some great authors that'll be joining the show, some great community members in Wyoming. We have a senator that will be joining on Thursday morning, I hope. So some great guests helping kind of fill the void while Jake is gone. Are you enjoying spring break? I know some folks are on spring break starting this week, and some folks are coming back from spring break and were in spring break last week. So hopefully you're enjoying spring break and enjoying a little bit of time with the family. All right, we have a guest, Don Day, every day. It's Don Day's day.
April Fool's Day.
Yeah, happy April Fool's Day. I'm really gullible, so this day is probably, I'm one of those people you want to prank. Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, I've already, I came in early this morning. You get up early, you kind of forget what day it is. And I opened my email. There were a couple in there that were total jokes. And at first I'm like, wait, that can't be true. And then I go, wait a minute. But yeah. So
Yeah.
how many April Fool's Days have I gone through? I'm the same way. If it's a good story, with a nice woven texture to it, to where it has a little bit of truth in there, you can easily fall for it.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it was easier to fool people back in the day, especially in radio. I mean, when I started 17 years ago in radio, we pranked all kinds of people, but now I just don't think they would fall for it.
No, people, yeah, it's not as fun as it used to be on April Fool's Day, that's for sure.
Yeah. You know what? I kind of like the senior pranks too at the end of the year. So if anybody does pull off a good April Fool's joke, let Dawn or I know so we can at least talk about it. Dawn, what's going on in the world of weather for you?
Well, it's a little busy out there this morning. In fact, I just checked the road report. We do have a closure on Interstate 80 between Laramie and Rollins eastbound because of snow and accidents. We did see pockets of snow overnight along the higher elevations of Interstate 80 over the mountain passes, scattered rain and snow on the plains. And yesterday, we had our first, what I would call severe thunderstorm. Down in Pine Bluffs, they had inch in it, basically golf ball size hail.
Wow.
Down with a strong thunderstorm near the Nebraska border last night. So it's spring. And we're talking snow and severe thunderstorms at the same time.
Yeah, we had some good snow at my place yesterday here in central Wyoming. And then I swear for a second it was snowing this morning. I looked out and I thought I saw some snowflakes falling.
Probably.
I was doing the show and then I looked back and there was nothing. So I was like, was I seeing something? But I swear it was snowing for a little bit.
Yeah, and it will. We're under this low pressure through Friday. So we're going to have off and on rain and snow chances. And it's not continuous. It won't be steady. It's kind of off and on. And it's going to be chilly. There'll be a lot of places tomorrow through Friday, only in the upper 30s.
Wow.
A week ago, we were in the 70s in many areas. So,
oh, Wyoming, you're so cruel sometimes.
Yeah, April is the cruelest month, I think, when it comes to the weather, because you get beautiful weather like we had last week, and then you have what we have now. And then, a week from now, we probably are going to have some pretty warm temperatures return again. But you can't get used to them, as we discussed yesterday, till we get past Mother's Day.
Question for you, Don. Do you ever attend are there weather conventions you weather nerds go to, or what do you?
Yeah, there are. I mean, there's not as many as you would think, but the American Meteorological Society holds a big convention every year. Then there's really two societies, the American Meteorological Society and National Weather Association. Now, I don't attend them like I used to, just because of time commitment and everything else. But there's two big ones a year. But the thing is with weather people is weather never stops. So it's really hard to kind of pull your way or get everybody in one room at the same time, because weather's 24/7.
Yeah, and you really have to have a passion for it, too. I've never known one meteorologist who didn't work 24/7, 365. On the weekends, whenever there was weather, they were gone and out and about and checking stuff, checking weather or wind, snow.
Right.
So, yeah, I've never known a meteorologist or a person who was really passionate about weather to really ever have any time off. So I imagine it's kind of difficult to get to those. But I have been following and messaging and chatting with, do you know Jim Cantori, the guy from Yeah. So he actually went to school with Dave here. They went to school in Virginia together, but I guess he has been here to Wyoming, and he still will never forget being in some crazy windstorm here. And I'm just like, man, meteorologists must not like coming to Wyoming.
Well, it depends. Most meteorologists will like 1 or 2 days of sunshine and nice weather. I mean, everybody likes that.
Right.
But honestly, we really enjoy the weather when it gets nasty. It's not, I'm not talking tornadoes and hurricanes, although there's a lot of people who love to chase those. But the weather, when there's weather happening, your job it's just more fun. It's just more exciting. So yeah, we do like bad weather. It's true.
All right. Well, they do probably like coming to Wyoming then. They just need to make sure they have 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, I think it gives them a good appreciation for wherever they come from. Especially when
True.
they come and experience our winds, experience our blizzards, experience, the things that we go through. Because for a lot of people that come to different parts of the country, they just don't get that. They don't get the extremes we do.
Right. I'm just glad we don't get the tornadoes like you mentioned there. So
Yeah, not as many as other places, that's for sure.
hey, do me a favor, folks. Make sure you subscribe to Don Day's podcast and check out his website. And of course, you always get a chance to hear Don Day's weather in full here with Cowboy State Daily in the morning show. Don, I'll let you go, you busy man, and we'll chat tomorrow.
See you later.
See ya. Bye-bye. Always great having Don on, and he's just one of those great folks too. So thanks to Don Day for joining the show this morning. Let's check in with Wendy and get that news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, April 1st. I'm Wendy Kaur, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. From 6 to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday, we bring you news, weather, sports, and in-depth interviews with newsmakers from across Wyoming. And this week, we've got a fantastic guest host, Shireen Herrera, who will keep the conversation lively. Just click on the Cowboy State Daily homepage to join in. Wyoming may have lost a legend with the death of former U.S. Senator Al Simpson, but the 6'7" man who stood larger than life is surely not forgotten. Simpson died March 14th at the age of 93. On Monday, Simpson's family and friends gathered at Christ Episcopal Church in Cody for his funeral service, the final event in a series of honors that started at the state capitol last week. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson was at the service.
What really struck me was kind of the range of emotions that we saw, everything from laughs, tears, points of inspiration, uplifting things, little sad anecdotes, fascinating stories, hilarious one-liners and quips. I found Pete Simpson, Al's brother's speech, probably the most emotional, kind of that brotherly connection, and it brought me to tears for sure, especially when he said that, I'll see you soon. I think that was extremely moving. I think it just truly encompassed his life, and it was a wonderful send-off.
In addition to Simpson's family, around 150 of his closest friends were also in the audience, including U.S. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis, Governor Mark Gordon, Yellowstone National Park Superintendent Cam Shawley, and University of Wyoming President Ed Seidel. Country music star Clint Black was also in attendance and sang a song in Simpson's honor. 18-year-old biotech student Regan Schaefer checked in with his mother, Stephanie, on Sunday, March 23rd at around 7 p.m. and told her he was in for the night. But the young man's plans changed. Just a few hours later, Schaefer was killed in a tragic accident 30 miles away from his apartment in Laramie, helping a stranded motorist on Highway 130. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to Schaefer's family about the details surrounding the young man's death.
According to what the Highway Patrol told the family, Regan was out on this road at 10:30 at night on a Sunday, helping another 18-year-old who had crashed their car and was stuck perpendicular, blocking one lane of traffic, when a 50-something-year-old motorist came upon the scene and tragically crashed into the crash site. And so Regan was standing right there and took the blow and died instantly. The other 18-year-old was reportedly taken to the hospital as well. The driver of the car who came upon the scene apparently was not injured, but it's a really sad situation. In talking to the family, it was in keeping with Riggins' character. He was always looking to lend a hand. It was part of his personality to go out of his way for people he just met.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol has not released details about the incident and the drivers involved, but the family was told it's being investigated as two separate crashes. Well, the brother of a man who died last summer after shooting at National Park Service rangers in Yellowstone National Park is asking a judge not to let the government keep all the man's things. 28-year-old Lucas Fussner died in a shootout the morning of July 4th in Canyon Village after taking a hostage for several hours, making statements about committing a mass shooting, then shooting a park ranger in the foot and firing at others. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Fussner's possessions were part of a plot to commit mass violence. That's what the U.S. Attorney's Office says, and that allows the government to take possession of them.
Over time, the United States has decided that if your property is involved in a crime, the government can seize your property, but other people with a potential claim on it can also argue about that in court, whether the government should have it. So Lucas Fussner's brother, Noah, is asking the court, don't let the federal government take all his stuff. We shared a lot of this stuff. We shared the car that he traded in to get this car, and I helped him build his computer. Noah is contesting some of the particulars too, where the government is saying this car is part of the crime because it's a getaway car, it's backed in. And Noah is saying, well, no, it's parked way across the parking lot.
Noah Fussner hopes the guns connected to the shootout will be sold to offer restitution to the park ranger who was shot. The Powell Police Department is requesting the public's help in locating a local man who's been missing for nearly a week. 52-year-old Clint White was last seen on surveillance video leaving his home Wednesday, March 26th, just before 2 a.m. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke with the Powell police chief who's been coordinating with White's family.
The police chief met with the family Monday morning to discuss their next steps. And at this point, the police chief said they've kind of exhausted what they could do in terms of forensics as far as trying to ping his devices, because he had his location turned off on his devices, and that would be at least a cell phone, maybe an iPad that he probably had with him. He was seen on video surveillance leaving his home with a blanket and a generator. The family is monitoring his financial transactions, and so far he hasn't made any, but they're closely monitoring his accounts.
White's family, in coordination with local faith groups, are actively searching for him outside the Powell City area. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Cool and wet weather will be found over a lot of Wyoming today, tonight, and into Wednesday. A disorganized but moist storm system is moving through, kind of coming through in pieces. Overnight and early this morning, we have had some areas of rain and wet snow, and off and on, that'll be the case through tonight and into Wednesday. And there's another little system Wednesday afternoon into Thursday that could scatter rain and snow across the state. Now, these are not major storm systems, so we don't expect anybody to get a ton of precipitation, but you add these storms up, it's going to be cool and damp over most of the state for the next 4 days.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
We're a company seeking to develop a rare earth element mine outside of Wheatland, Wyoming. Rare earth elements are magnet metals, an important industrial input in everything from your cell phone to an F-35 fighter jet. We're trying to bring a domestic supply online so that our country doesn't have to rely on China. Please visit our website at AmericanRareEarths.com.
Well, 2 men suspected of hacking into at least 3 Wyoming ATMs in mid-March are in custody in the Denver jail waiting for extradition. 34-year-old Yohandri Ramirez and 27-year-old Yoniker Fernandez each face up to 70 years in prison if convicted of multiple felonies against them in Bighorn County. That includes felony theft, hacking, and conspiracy to commit theft. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the pair used sophisticated hacking tools to trick ATMs in Lovell, Grable, and Thermopolis to spit out a total of about $54,200 on March 15th and 16th.
The affidavit describes it as a software manipulation, which means that they're telling the computer to do things, in this case, to spit out several thousands of dollars of cash, according to court documents. And so this spree is said to have started in Montana, and then they sort of wound down into Wyoming before ultimately two of them, not all of them, but two of them were found in Denver.
Graybill Police Chief Travis Davis said at least two more suspects were involved, although at this juncture he knew of just two in custody. Authorities are looking for others. Well, observers watching Yellowstone National Park's Old Faithful webcam got quite the spectacle on Monday afternoon. A bison herd decided that a wandering grizzly got too close for comfort and sent it scurrying through the snow. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that grizzlies might be the apex predators of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, but bison are bigger.
Grizzlies routinely walk through bison herds. It's not that big of a thing. You can see it happen all the time, but it only takes one bison with a chip on its shoulder to decide that the bear is threatening or that it's not moving fast enough. So in this incident, a grizzly, presumably a male grizzly, because those are the ones that are awake and active at this time of year, wandered through a bison herd in the Upper Geyser Basin at Old Faithful, and the bison seemed like they were just going to let it pass. But before you knew it, they had joined together, and you had about 20 bison chasing after a grizzly, and the grizzly took the hint and ran off.
It was the latest amazing wildlife moment captured on the Old Faithful webcam for its international audience. A recording of the entire incident was posted on the Geyser Times dashboard as one of the day's highlights. Well, Plenty Unlimited received what was at the time Wyoming's largest ever economic development grant to build what would have been the world's largest vertical farming research center in Laramie. But now the company has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the ambitious plans for its 60,000 square foot Project Jupiter are on indefinite hold.
The company wasn't willing to talk really about what went on or what caused the bankruptcy, but I think in just looking at some of the moves that the company made, it just seemed like they were trying to do an awful lot quickly. In 2017, they purchased the Bright Agritech company. It was a startup by a University of Wyoming student, Nate Story. And his vision really was, how can we grow more food? One theory is growing it indoors, vertical farming. That way it's maximizing space. It's providing ideal conditions for the plant and boosting yields. Plenty bought Story's startup in 2017. It raised about $200 million in capital at the time and announced a big vertical farming facility in Seattle, Washington. 300 farms in China, a couple of farms in Japan, and then 2 farms in California.
A company spokeswoman told Cowboy State Daily on Monday morning that the business does plan to keep 2 locations as part of its reorganization. That includes the already existing Wyoming Plant Science Research and Development Facility in Laramie. And sometimes the only way to spread awareness about how to schedule VIN inspections is to make VIN inspections great again. That's the punchline behind the Sunday morning video release by the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, in which a deputy who could almost kind of pass for President Donald Trump gives locals a speech on how to arrange vehicle identification number or VIN inspections with sheriff's personnel. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to Sheriff Brian Kozak about this unconventional public service announcement.
The Laramie County Sheriff's Office is known for shenanigans, but there's a rationale behind this one. They wanted to do a video telling people, like, here's how to do a VIN inspection, here's how not to, here's why you should. And they're like, if we just do an informational video, no one's going to watch it. So we have to call in Deputy Drew Harrison, who does a mad Trump impersonation, and he's going to do a presidential announcement about VIN inspections. It was over the top. It was funny.
And as it turns out, it's also a way to get a statewide news outlet to write about VIN inspections. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel or listen to us on your favorite podcast app. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Always great hearing from Wendy. I love seeing her news. Again, like she mentioned, subscribe to that YouTube channel so you can tune in to Wendy. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I was just sitting here looking at, got my vow books. I also have my future Miss Gardner sweater on, which is something I can only wear for the next year. But I got my vow books in. Now, are you supposed to keep these for your whole life? I imagine so, because the pages are really large. Like I don't know if you can actually see. I don't think you can. But the area for the pages is very large. So your lettering is extremely large. So as you get older, I imagine it's easy to read. So you do keep them, right? So I got my vow books. I'm looking forward to, I guess, packing those away until I'm ready to write my vows. All I know is that in my vows, I've got to put something about lighting my dog on fire, because Chad accidentally torched my puppy Eddie, who's just over a year old, and he was out farming with him while I was filling in on the morning show. He's now with me, by the way. If he barks and goes crazy, I'm feel better with him here than with Chad. But I feel like I have to put that in the vows somewhere, right? I mean, I know everybody will just laugh so hard because, love is kind, love is patient, love forgives the other when they set your dog on fire. So, and I say that he was just fine, but all of his whiskers were singed and his eyebrows. So, you know what I'm talking about. He's just fine. But he doesn't look as good as he did before. Thanks for being here with me. I've had a ton of fun filling in for Jake. We have a great guest coming up. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know, from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now, that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
So good to be here. Yes, the Cowboy State Daily morning show, cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake. Got a few more days, been having tons of fun and enjoyed filling in here, and he'll be back. So normalcy will continue next week. But with me hosting the Cowboy State Daily morning show, I've really enjoyed getting to know some of the folks behind the scenes for Cowboy State Daily. They work extremely hard. The news never stops 24/7, 365. We've talked to Greg about how they're working the weekends, and not just one of them, but many of them are working weekends or whenever there's a news story. So it's been great. And finding out little cool, quirky things about each one of them, kind of what they like to do in their spare time. What do they have kids, and on and so forth. So we get to know the person behind the story, behind the reporter, behind the columnist, behind the journalist. By the way, Cowboy State Daily not only has their reporters and their journalists and their editors, but they also have columnists. And so you'll find folks that are able to write opinion pieces and are columnists for Cowboy State Daily. And they write about all kinds of different stuff. So subscribe to that newsletter, cowboystatedaily.com. It's up in the right-hand corner. You can be notified of Wendy's news, Don Day's weather, any breaking news, videos, and more. You'll find that with the Cowboy State Daily newsletter, and if you subscribe to their awesome YouTube channel. Looking forward to some of our great guests. We're going to have Senator Lummis on Thursday. Owen Sweeney will be joining the show. He's a part of Chamber of Commerce, but also really involved in affordable housing, and so we'll talk about that. It's a big issue. Helen Wilson will be on the show. She's with the Wind River Visitors Council. She'll be joining on Friday. My friend Nate Brown is coming back. His microphone was a little dodgy when he was joining the show last week, and so we'll have Nate Brown back, Friends of the NRA, and looking forward to that and kind of finding out what his goals are as he leads the helm of Wyoming and South Dakota for the Friends of the NRA and their banquets and their fundraisers and more. So looking forward to getting Nate Brown back on the show. But I've had a lot of great guests. You can find the videos if you look back on Cowboy State Daily's YouTube channel. You can see some of the old episodes if they made it up there, and some of the fantastic guests, because they're really what make the show. They're the ones that hold the show here. So looking forward to having some more guests, and then Jake will return next week. Folks are on spring break. We kind of have a split spring break here in central Wyoming. A lot of folks were gone last week, and then some start their spring break this week. And like I said, a little split and kind of mixed with the schools. It's always hard for me as a non-parent to actually find out when end of school is, spring break, the start of school, Christmas break, Thanksgiving break, because they all vary between our school districts and our different schools, our schools on the reservation here. And so I'm always relying on people who are parents and you to tell me when things are for school, because I don't have kids. And then on the flip side of that, they just all kind of vary. And so sometimes it's difficult to actually find out what schools are on spring break and who's out of school when. And that all changes and varies too when it comes to who's out of school when spring breaks start. We do have a guest joining, Jackie Dorothy. Jackie, good morning. Might be frozen there. Jackie's connecting. Hold on one second. But yeah, folks are enjoying spring break. Hopefully, if you are on spring break this week, you enjoy. Jackie, is your crew on spring break this week?
Nope, we had it earlier this month.
Yeah, I knew here in Fremont County, some of the schools last week, some of the schools this week. And as a non-parent, it's really hard for me to keep track.
As a parent, it's hard for me to keep track. My sister just texts that they're enjoying spring break, and I'm like, what?
Right? Hopefully somewhere warm.
I think she's going to Casper.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, hey, that's what's so funny, Jackie, is we were just talking about taking a trip to Casper. I'm like, we live in such small towns that is our idea of a fun night.
I know. I was thinking about that. She says, I wanted to do something special with the kids. So that's where they're off to.
Yeah, they have more things to do for sure than some other areas like we live in the small town USA. Well, Jackie Dorothy, Cowboy State Daily, joining the morning show. Jackie, how's the morning going?
It's going quite beautifully, actually. Looks like it'll be a nice day, a little cloudy here in Thermopolis, but we'll take it.
Yeah, it's a little windy where I'm at this morning, so I hope that gets out of the way later this afternoon so I can do a few things outdoors. But I'll deal with the cool weather as long as we get that precip we need.
Well, I know I'll be heading to Riverton later today, so I'll be around. Hopefully the wind won't.
Wave by or wave at me when you drive by, okay?
I will.
Jackie, what's on your plate? What are you working on?
Well, I just finished some stories that ran over the weekend that were pretty fun. I had talked and hinted that I was going to do one on a cannibal. And so that was an interesting story, an interesting experience. And I decided that eating people is not a good idea.
Right? I loved when you were not loved, but when you were just talking about your description of his face being bloated and you be the decider, it was just like eerie.
Well, we're not made to eat humans, that's for sure.
Or even think about it, you know? I mean, it's just
Oh,
yeah, exactly. Heebie-jeebies, heebie-jeebies. So,
well, if you really want the heebie-jeebies, how we got found out was Indians came out of the mountains holding strips of human meat, and they recognized it as human meat.
wow.
Yeah, he had discarded it on his way out as he made his way closer to civilization. I mean, the whole story just turns your stomach. So I definitely recommend reading it.
Especially over breakfast. Jackie, is your next story a little lighter or
Yes, this one is really fun. So, the other story I did was on the Little America sign. Now, in Wyoming, we've all grown up seeing Little America, so I just assumed everyone knew about it. And it was kind of funny to have to add that this was the travel centers here in Wyoming. And so this rancher had been going through a junk pile on his property. He had inherited it from the people that had it previously. And he found this Little America sign. And he said he knew he had something special. And Eddie Shumway, he likes to smile. So he got together with his daughter. They painted it and they put it on the side of the road. And it has made a lot of people talk because it's like, what in the world is a Little America sign doing in the middle of Hot Springs County?
right on this guy's property? Now, when did they get rid of the penguin as kind of the mascot?
2002.
Okay. And I
Yep, so it's fairly recent,
yeah,
and
that
I don't
is.
know why they did because the penguin is iconic.
Yeah, it is. I guess it is. I didn't really think of it. I must not remember the penguin, but I my first thought was, what is a penguin doing in Wyoming?
Exactly right. It's a nod to, birds back in the day, his Antarctica, what is it called? The headquarters. And so the whole story of Little America is kind of a fun one too. Is that this guy was a sheep herder and he got stranded in the middle of Wyoming during the blizzard. And afterwards, he swore, actually during the blizzard, he swore that if he could survive this, he was going to come back and make this go away. And that was his goal. And 40 years later, he went back and built a travel center in that spot where he nearly died. And he uses the penguin in Little America just to kind of like say, this is an oasis and this is a haven. And that's how the whole legend started at this travel center. I mean, every time you go to Cheyenne, where do you go? Little America.
Yep, always. Wow, I had no idea, Jackie. That is a fun fact to impress your friends with right there. But also, I kind of want to see the penguin come back now because that story really, I think, is so neat.
I mean, it's not just a penguin. It actually has a story, and it was about being in the middle of nowhere. And here, all of a sudden, you have this penguin symbolizing safety, a haven, food, fuel.
Oh man, you are just a plethora of knowledge, Jackie. That is a great story that I'll never forget. I hope folks read that Little America sign story, cowboystatedaily.com. I know tons of people have. But when you see that penguin, you now know the backstory.
Yes. And when you are on your way between Thermopolis and Cody and you see that penguin in the middle of nowhere, you'll know that a rancher put it up, saved it out of his junk pile, and there it is waving at you.
I can't wait when I head over for WAB this in June. I'm going to look for that Little America sign. Thanks, Jackie, for that.
Definitely do it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, today should be good for you traveling over here to Riverton, Jackie. I hope you have a wonderful day. Do you have anything fun planned for the weekend ahead?
Well, if everything goes according to plan, we'll go skiing. It's the last weekend of skiing at Antelope Butte. I want to just enjoy the snow and have some fun.
Well, I hope you get a little new snow, but anyway, you will enjoy, and you just have a great day and a great weekend ahead, Jackie.
You as well.
Thank you.
I'll wave as I go by.
Okay. Bye-bye. Jackie Dorothy, so much fun, and she is such a plethora of knowledge. Like I said, I was able to take the 100th Centennial Trek with Jackie Dorothy. She actually guided us. We started at the Shoshone Jail, and then we headed through the canyon, told a bunch of stories, and then went to the Hot Springs Museum in Thermopolis, able to watch a video and a couple of other things. So she's just such a great outlet for knowledge, and you can find her stories, cowboystatedaily.com. She was talking about that Little America sign, which is such a neat story, but it's even more so with the information. I had no idea why there was a penguin. I don't remember the penguin, the Little America, and then the penguin, which was kind of the mascot. And I asked Jackie, what happened to the penguin? Why'd they get rid of it? She said she didn't know, but it went away in the early 2000s. So just always great to have Jackie on the show. You can find her stories. Just click on her author, Jackie Dorothy, cowboystatedaily.com. She also wrote a story about how a landlocked Wyoming native became a sailor in the Virgin Islands. And then we were talking about Alfred Packer, the cannibal. She wrote that story. Creepy story, but definitely worth a read, maybe later on today, not early in the morning. And then the long-lost Little American Penguin sign, rescued from remote Wyoming junk pile. She just gave us the details on that, and definitely enjoyed being able to hear Jackie and give us a little bit more info, which is why we have them on the morning show with Cowboy State Daily, is because they can kind of break out a few more tidbits on the story than you may have caught reading the story, and maybe even some more info they didn't put in the story, which is why I like chatting with them. Thanks for listening to the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Huge event down in Central Texas just ended. Rodeo Austin in the Lone Star capital. I have the winners of Rodeo Austin, another major going on in the early 2025 season. Rodeo Austin results coming up next on the Rodeo Roadshow. Stay close.
Sale season's here again, and there are a lot of black-hided Angus bulls on the market, but not all of them are registered. Why take the risk? Don't gamble on unproven genetics. Invest wisely with registered, powered by Angus bulls. Backed by the power of the American Angus Association and 80 million data points, registered Angus bulls give you the confidence in your buying decisions. Don't buy an imposter. Look for the registration number. Buy the power. Buy registered Angus bulls.
At Hould Angus of Havre, Montana, you'll find cattle with maternal performance backed by genetics with maternal integrity. It truly is a commercial cowman's program. This year's bull offering is again very heavily influenced by OCC and the old Inbar emulation bloodlines. Saturday, April 5th, 67 Angus bulls sell, including 37 yearlings and 32-year-olds plus 20 yearling heifer calves. Sale time is 1 o'clock at the ranch 10 miles south of Havre, Montana. Also carried live on Frontier Live Sale. For more information, visit houldangus.com.
The Texas swing is about over. Rodeo Austin is indeed over. In the bareback riding, Tanner Ross from Minnesota wins the bareback riding event. He has won that rodeo before. In the steer wrestler, young man from Penrose, Colorado, Logan Kenline, wins the steer wrestling event. Header Marcus Terrio from Mississippi and his healer Wyatt Cox from California wins the team roping event. Young man named Q Taylor from Alberta, Canada, the saddle bronc riding winner. Tough Cooper in the tie-down roping, the 5-time world champion. There he is. He won San Antonio. He tops the list in Austin. In the breakaway roping, it's Riley George from Oakdale, California, taking home top honors. Barrel racing winner, three-time champion of the world, Brittany Posey Tanasi. She missed going to the NFR last year, didn't rodeo as hard. It appears she's going hard this year, looking for a fourth world title. And young Wasey Shala from Arapahoe, Oklahoma, wins the bull riding event. He is in the top 3 in the world standings, the 21-year-old from Oklahoma, the bull riding champion. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Good morning, Shireen Herrera, Shireen the Adventure Queen, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Glad to be here and glad you're joining, whether it's news, weather, sports, or fun. We've got it for you. We've got some great guests coming up as well, and some great guests this week. I'm really excited about Senator Lummis joining the show. Also, Owen Sweeney with the Lander Chamber of Commerce. He'll be joining to talk about affordable housing. There are many areas in Wyoming that are dealing with affordable housing being an issue, especially for business owners that are trying to recruit talent. So looking forward to chatting with him. He has a great pulse on that. We have Helen Wilson with the Wind River Visitors Council who will be on. I'm hoping to get my friend Nate Brown back on. He's with the Friends of the NRA. His mic was a little dodgy when we were talking last week, so I don't think some of that great information really came across. And so I'm hoping to get Nate on the show again this week, hopefully on Friday. But excited to continue chatting. I'm excited to get Wendy Core on too. I haven't had a chance to chat with her. She normally comes on the show on Fridays, and I was gone on Friday, and John Beggs was filling in for me. So I'm looking forward to being able to chat with a lady that I've been watching since they started the Cowboy State Daily News, and she does such a fantastic job. So appreciate you being a part of the morning show. Appreciate everybody's support. Everybody's been so kind. All of the folks who live in the same area I do have been reaching out as well. I normally do a radio show, and so some folks are very encouraging, and I appreciate it. So Jake will be back on Monday, but I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, April 1st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The Powell Police Department is requesting the public's help in locating a local man who's been missing for nearly a week. 52-year-old Clint White was last seen on surveillance video leaving his home Wednesday, March 26th, just before 2 a.m. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke with the Powell Police Chief, who's been coordinating with White's family.
And at this point, the police chief said they've kind of exhausted what they could do in terms of forensics as far as trying to ping his devices, because he had his location turned off on his devices. He was seen on video surveillance leaving his home with a blanket and a generator. The family is monitoring his financial transactions, and so far he hasn't made any, but they're closely monitoring his accounts.
White's family, in a coordination with local faith groups, are actively searching for him outside of the Powell City area. Well, 2 men suspected of hacking into at least 3 Wyoming ATMs in mid-March are in custody at the Denver jail waiting for extradition. 34-year-old Yohandri Ramirez and 27-year-old Yoniker Fernandez each face up to 70 years in prison if convicted of multiple felonies against them in Bighorn County, including felony theft, hacking, and conspiracy to commit theft. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the pair used sophisticated hacking tools to trick ATMs in Lovell, Grable, and Thermopolis to spit out a total of over $54,000 on March 15th and 16th.
The affidavit describes it as a software manipulation, which means that they're actually telling the computer to do things, in this case, to spit out several thousands of dollars of cash, according to court documents. And so this spree is said to have started in Montana, and then they sort of wound down into Wyoming before ultimately 2 of them, not all of them, but 2 of them were found at an apartment in Denver.
Grable Police Chief Travis Davis said at least 2 more suspects were involved, although at this juncture he knew of just 2 in custody. Authorities are looking for others. Plenty Unlimited received what was at the time Wyoming's largest ever economic development grant to build what would have been the world's largest vertical farming research center in Laramie. But now the company has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the ambitious plans for its 60,000 square foot Project Jupiter are on indefinite hold.
In 2017, they purchased the Bright Agritech company. It was a startup by a University of Wyoming student, Nate Story. And his vision really was, how can we grow more food? One theory is growing it indoors, vertical farming. Plenty bought Story's startup in 2017. It raised about $200 million in capital at the time and announced a big vertical farming facility in Seattle, Washington. 300 farms in China, a couple of farms in Japan, and then 2 farms in California.
A company spokeswoman told Cowboy State Daily Monday morning that the business does plan to keep 2 locations as part of its reorganization, including the already existing Wyoming Plant Science Research and Development Facility in Laramie. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Sometimes the only way to spread awareness about how to schedule VIN inspections is to make VIN inspections great again. That's the punchline behind the Sunday morning video release by the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, in which a deputy who could almost kinda pass for President Donald Trump gives locals a speech on how to arrange vehicle identification number, or VIN, inspections with sheriff's personnel. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to Sheriff Brian Kozak about this unconventional public service announcement.
They wanted to do a video telling people how to do a VIN inspection. Here's how not to. Here's why you should. Deputy Drew Harrison does a mad Trump impersonation, and he's going to do a presidential announcement about VIN inspections. It was over the top. It was funny.
And as it turns out, it's also a way to get a statewide news outlet to write about VIN inspections. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Well, it's good to be back here on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen Herrera, filling in for Jake, and glad to be here. CowboyStateDaily.com. You can subscribe to the newsletter, stay in the know and up to date on not only their stories, but there's a lot of other cool little things that they put in their newsletter. Today is the first day of April Fool's Day. I have not really seen too many pranks, or at least things I thought were pranks. Maybe some of them are pranks, but if I see any news come out about Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm calling April Fools on it. So if any news comes through this morning on April Fools, Aaron Rodgers stuff, I'm just not going to believe it. But if you don't know, diehard Pittsburgh Steelers fan, this was my Beanie Baby my grandma had. She passed away 11 years ago. She was also a big Steelers fan. But I got this little Beanie Baby, and I think it's one that was from the 90s. I remember her having it when I was young, too. So diehard Steelers fan, and if I see any news about Aaron Rodgers, I am calling April Fools on it. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you this morning, sir?
Doing well. How are you?
Oh, doing peachy keen, just enjoying some coffee.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
about you?
The same.
Yeah, I have to have my coffee. It's
Yeah, yeah.
it's it's a ritual. I have my New Mexico. Even though New Mexico is known for green chilies, it's a red chili, New Mexico. But they have a lot of
Nice.
ristras down there.
Nice. Yeah.
I always have some fun cup that has some fun saying or something on it.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be in my fiance's vows. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
I just got our vow books in the mail.
Oh, great.
And I'm pretty sure one of his vows is going to be that he is going to have to clean my coffee cups for the rest of his life because
Okay. Well,
he does the dishes.
I wish him luck with that. I do the dishes in our house too. So,
Well, then you understand. You
yep.
understand.
Yep.
What are you working on today?
Uh well, as far as the stories we do for today, I just always say, wait and read Cowboy State Daily. But yeah, I don't know if you wanted to talk with anything that talk about anything we've already
Yeah,
ran.
yeah. Let's talk about what's your biggest story recently?
Um, well, we had that more commentary or insight on that. That's what some people are saying is very strange or troubling property dispute over there in South Dakota.
Mm.
Between the Forest Service and the ranchers, and that's connected to Wyoming because the wife of that couple is actually a Wyoming native, and her parents reached out to President Trump, to try to get him to intervene. I don't know if they had any luck in doing so, but they've got a trial. I guess, yeah, we're at the first here. Happy April Fool's Day, but
Yeah.
they've got a trial coming up later this month, so they're facing pretty serious indictments. So I'm curious. I think a lot of people are curious to see what comes out in that trial.
Mm-hmm.
Because the one attorney I talked to, he said, from his perspective anyway, it's rather baffling why the Forest Service is even A, pursuing this, and B, pursuing it with the level of zeal they seem to be. So,
Well, as we saw with the
because
corner crossing stuff, I mean, all of this
yeah,
kind of stuff is very popular and people do watch it.
yeah. Well, the corner crossing case, of course, that had implications all over Wyoming and the West because corner hopping has been a controversial topic for, it's hunters, anglers, and then
Mm-hmm.
also people forget a lot of field scientists have to hop corners. I know some anthropologists personally, and folks like them or geologists who have to, traipse around a lot. So that would, whereas this is just the interface of one ranch with one piece of one parcel of national grasslands. So again, that's what makes it interesting and intriguing for a lot of people. So yeah, it's going to be interesting whether, whether they, reach some agreement before they go to trial or whether it actually goes through. And again, if it does go to trial, what are the arguments going to be? So,
Right. And the attorney that you spoke with, that they handle land disputes.
well, he was the same attorney that represented those four hunters in the corner crossing case, and they all
Ah.
though well I'd say they prevailed all the way up to the 10th Circuit Court. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if it's up to the other party whether they wish to proceed, but the only place to go from here is, of course, to SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the U.S. So, um, we'll keep an eye on that too. Do the folks behind that want to take it to that level? Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but that's their choice to make.
Well, the photo of the family is super cute.
Yeah, yeah.
I just love farming and ranching families. They're just
Yeah,
adorable.
me too. Me
Yeah.
too.
They're out there in their field. They've got their cattle out there. They're eating
Yeah.
on the corn.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I do
Yeah.
love that story, and it just makes you realize who's involved
Mm-hmm.
in the story itself. So great. Well, I love
Okay.
I love checking your author page. That's what I normally do.
Oh, yeah. Keep
So
keep up to speed on what's going
yeah.
on.
We were talking last time about the cranes.
Yeah.
I ended up seeing my cranes outside. I have two of them, and they're normally on the property somewhere, but they're
Mhm.
back. So I don't know if they just come, like you said, they just are migrating around, but they're back.
Maybe they'll nest there
Yeah.
if you're lucky.
Yeah, I think they do because they've tried to attack, like if the dogs get close last year, one of them tried to attack one of my dogs, and
Oh,
so
okay.
I
Well,
assume they had a baby.
yeah. That
somewhere.
implies they're trying to set up shop.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we had a snow goose that lived on our pond, the irrigation pond we had, but
Oh, yeah.
we were so concerned about him through the winter, which is weird. But one of the other neighbors, to be honest with you, there were multiple neighbors out trying to catch this goose, this white goose. It was all by
Yeah.
itself, and it's just I don't know. Actually, I think it's a swan, not a goose.
Yeah, I would say it's probably a swan. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody ever seeing one snow goose.
Yeah, right. And
Yeah.
yeah, this was a swan, and there used to be two, and then only one, so something must have happened there.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah.
But the pond dried up, and he was still there well into winter. And so, come Thanksgiving, we're all concerned about him out there. And I think some vet ended up getting out there and actually catching him,
Wow.
and
Wow.
able to
That's interesting.
get him somewhere safe. I hope.
That's cool.
But
Yeah.
now I'm kind of bummed because I'm like, I don't know if I'll have my swan on the pond, and it was just kind of cool to see him
Yeah. Yeah.
on the landscape. So you write a lot about wildlife and stuff like that,
Mhm.
don't you, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my beat. Outdoors and wildlife.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. I live at least my living conditions for now are completely opposite of yours. I live in a townhouse.
Oh, okay.
So my back door is a driveway. Out my front door is I guess you could call it a yard. It's about the size of a closet with a fence around it, and then of course I've got neighbors directly on either side. But no, it's fine. We're going to be moving here shortly.
Are
Gonna be
you?
moving
That's
to,
good.
yeah, going to be moving to Riverton. So
Oh, you're gonna be my neighbor? That's where I live.
yeah, where are you again?
I'm between Riverton and Shoshone.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm quite familiar with Shoshone.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, I live out of town. But I was
Yeah.
just thinking about that, Mark, when I was in Denver. I was like, sometimes I miss having a grocery store close that's decent and having
Yeah.
restaurants that are open, or things that I can go to. But then when you live a peaceful life, it's just a lot
Yeah.
healthier.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Riverton kind of strikes a good balance. It's small. I guess it's a little bit smaller than Laramie, but there's still a lot there.
there's so much. And
And
actually, this is such a cool place to be, Mark. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
I've spent a lot of time there. We've got family there, so we're there all the time. And Shoshone, I mean that's a place. If you're traveling anywhere in that part of Wyoming, Shoshone's a place you stop.
at the fast lane.
Because it's got the fast lane there. So I've spent a lot of time in Shoshone, so that's a great area too.
Me too. And Shoshone, to me, I've always thought to myself, I should have bought something in Shoshone because it's just so under the radar, and there's not a ton of people
Yeah.
there. There's not a ton of things either.
There used to be a lot of activity there. It
That's
used to be
true.
a real hot spot. If you talk to any of the old timers that can remember when Shoshone was booming,
They
but
had a jail there. They still have a jail.
yeah, hmm
Must have been popular.
yeah.
Well, Mark, I was going to say I'll take you to lunch when you get here, but you already know a bunch
Okay.
of people. But I'll still take you to lunch if you want
All right,
when you get
all
to
right.
town, so I can meet you
Sounds
in
good.
person. All right? Cool.
All right.
Well, you'll be my neighbor at some point, but it's been really cool getting to know you a little bit more, Mark,
Sure.
and some of your stories. And I know that your stick is conservation and outdoors, but I think it's
Yeah,
great for
outdoors and wildlife, and
yeah.
yeah,
I think it's great for the folks to learn a little bit about you yourself as well, and you like the
Yeah.
outdoors and all that stuff as well.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm kind of boring myself, but
you don't seem that boring.
yeah, maybe 25 years ago I was interesting, but
Now you just write interesting stories.
yeah, I mean, I still get to have fun
Yeah,
occasionally.
there you go.
They still let me out once in a while.
Well, I'm looking forward to your arrival here in Fremont County,
Sure.
and yeah, being a part of our great community here.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Mark, we'll talk
All right.
soon.
All right, have a good one. Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was great to have him on, and now I found out that he's going to be my neighbor rolling around here and enjoying some Fremont County fun. Fremont County is one of the best places in Wyoming. I know I'm kind of biased, but Central Wyoming holds a lot of really cool stuff, from our reservation and our culture to Lander right up against the winds to Riverton, the rendezvous city. Yes, we were the original Mountain Man rendezvous site where folks, thousands, met as a rendezvous to get together. And so we are also a major corridor for folks who are going to Yellowstone and Grand Tetons. So Yeah, it's just it's a good place. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to be filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Fortunate to have Mark Hines on with Cowboy State Daily. Please find some of Mark's great articles, including the federal fence line fight with ranchers is odd. Wyoming attorney says some great information from Mark on that story. So get the details, cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. Daily features include our popular sunrise photo of the day, our daily Darwin, Same Guys Dancing, and more. You'll enjoy our regular Wyoming life features, daily video newscasts and podcasts, and frequent opinion pieces from a carefully curated collection of the state's finest columnists. All of this in addition to the core mission, providing statewide news coverage in a clear, plain manner with up-to-the-minute breaking news when and where it happens. Cowboy State Daily's collective of reporters, photographers, videographers, and editors are dedicated to quality, unbiased daily journalism here in Wyoming. Find out why Cowboy State Daily is considered Wyoming's largest and most experienced newsroom. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
And we are back with the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake on the 1st of April. Hint, hint, reminder, April Fool's Day. I haven't seen a single April Fool's prank. I must not be looking at the right news feed or something, because normally I'm pretty gullible. So folks are throwing those at me, pretty quickly on April Fool's Day. I'm also not easily amused, so I don't know how I get so gullible sometimes. But maybe because I'm, half really serious and half goofy. I'm not sure. But today is April Fool's Day, so you will probably see some stuff come out on, of course, April Fools. If I see any Aaron Rodgers news, I'm a diehard Pittsburgh Steelers fan. If I see anything come out today, I am calling April Fools on it. I was talking earlier about a couple of April Fools jokes in the state of Wyoming that were pretty big deal. One of which was in the 70s, in the late 70s, two NBC sports announcers, Dick Enberg and Al McGuire, duped the entire country and it had to do with Wyoming. Yeah, some folks may remember this, the late 70s. It was on TV, and they talked about the fictitious Wyoming State University called the Wyoming State Porcupines, and they had finished the season undefeated for the third year in a row. So 2 NBC sports announcers are announcing this on April Fool's Day and talking about the Wyoming State Porcupines. But get this, it went so far. And you think about the late 70s, I mean, TV and print and radio were the main ways of getting news out and people actually consuming the news. And so when something went to print that was fake news, that was a big deal. Well, here's the deal, too, is a well-known Chicago sports writer at the time in the late 70s fell for the joke from the NBC sports announcers and published a feature praising the Wyoming State Porcupines, the non-existent team and university. Yeah, the Wyoming State Porcupines. Again, that was an April Fool's joke that was national on the country, and it was all about good old Wyoming. Can you believe that? In 2005, so fast forward, not super old, but also 20 years ago. Wow, can you believe that? In 2005, an author from Afton, Maury Jones, ended up writing a fake news release about wolves in Yellowstone National Park. The fabricated story quoted Wyoming Governor Dave Friedenthal telling the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services to go to heck, and the bogus article also quoted him referring to wolves as feral dogs. It was such a big deal that the LA Times ended up picking up that fake news release and releasing it themselves. Yes, the LA Times. That was an April Fool's joke. It was completely false, and they asked the lady how long that April Fool's joke kept going, and sounds like for an extremely long time. So those are a couple of April Fool's jokes that have actually happened here, here in Wyoming, and were so well done or about Wyoming that they ended up fooling some folks on April Fool's Day. So we've got Kevin joining. Kevin, how are you?
Good morning. I'm doing really well. How are you?
Kevin the Cowboy. I'm doing great. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you joining the show this morning.
Well, how's the weather over there in Riverton country?
Windy. It's windy this morning. How about you? And you're in Douglas.
Well, we started out with a little bit of snow and then a little bit of rain, and now I'm pretty sure your wind is going to catch up to us eventually and dry it all out again.
Yeah, there you go. I had some snow this morning. Was half convinced I was seeing things, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw snow, and then I started doing the show, and about 5 minutes went by, and I looked again, and there was no snow. But that's Wyoming.
Yeah, welcome to spring in Wyoming.
Kevin, have you been the butt of any April Fool's jokes today yet?
Not yet, but I haven't talked to anybody yet today. So, but I'm pretty hard to fool on a lot of those things because I'm in the horse business. So I'm so cynical. I tend to not believe anything anyone tells me about any subject.
You're just horsing around.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah.
but in the past, I've heard of some really good ones, and I just heard you talking about the one with Dick Enberg, and I don't remember that, but that's colossal. That's epic. That's next level stuff right there.
Yeah, can you believe it? Late 70s, the only way to consume your news and get your content is from TV, radio, or newspaper. And in the end, all three of them were releasing information on the Wyoming State Porcupines.
Yeah, and that's so great, especially because as ingenious as it was, it's a little bit obvious. I mean, how is it that there would be a team that's gone undefeated for 3 years and no one would have heard of it the first 2 years?
Right.
Especially if you're a sports writer like that gentleman from Chicago.
Right. Well-known sports writer, too.
That kind of reveals exactly how much research you do for your job, doesn't it?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, give us no credibility and no credit because clearly we don't know much of, or we take things and don't research them, which is a big issue in media in general. So, yeah, it's been happening since the 70s and beyond. Well, Kevin, what do you have on your plate today?
Well, today I need to run down to Cheyenne and deliver a horse later this afternoon, this evening. So I'll play around in the mud, getting all the pins cleaned up this morning, and then I'll ride a few horses, then hook up the trailer, and hopefully be able to get to the oil road down our dirt county road and see if I can get out of here because it's pretty sloppy right now. We've gotten a lot of rain the last couple days.
Yeah, I probably don't deal with it as much as you do where you're at, Kevin, but I can't get out one direction depending on the mud, but I don't know until I get there. So that's one of those things where I kind of have to guess if it's good and make my way. Are you similar or do you know whether or not it's good and you can make your route out?
Well, I've been here long enough that now I can kind of tell by my driveway what the county road is going to be like. But when I first moved here, it was that same old roll of the dice. Is you hold your mouth just right and hold your breath and you grip your steering wheel just as tight as you can. And because yeah, you don't know if you can make it until it's too late. So you're committed.
Yeah, and I have to just wait for somebody to find me in that case. So, but somebody will come down the road at some point. So,
Yeah, well, that's where we live. That's not going to happen for a while. So, but luckily, it's not too far. So, if I need to, I can just sludge back home and grab the tractor and take care of it that way. But yeah, and that's a statewide issue, a west-wide issue. There's a lot of people listening right now that are shaking their heads, going, "Oh yeah, yeah, that's our lives."
yeah, I know we can't get into our fields to farm right now because they're just a little too sloshy, a little too muddy.
Oh yeah, I bet that'd be really fun trying to do anything with it right now. Besides the deep ruts that you'd put in there with your tractor, I don't know what piece of equipment wouldn't just gum up and
Yeah.
destroy the field.
Yeah, yeah, and getting stuck. I mean, you spend more time, it seems like some of the farmers and ranchers this time of year getting themselves unstuck than they do actually getting some of the work they need done.
That's one of the funner parts of the social media with agriculture people is seeing all the different pictures of which vehicles they've gotten stuck in which precarious situations. And also wondering, I wonder how they're gonna get out of that. I hope they have a bigger piece of equipment than the one they just got stuck.
That's hilarious because my fiance and his friend want to start doing videos or posts about all the mess ups they have out in the field and all of the farming stuff. One of them took out a power line the other day when they were feeding cattle. None of us in the whole area had power, and it was one of the neighbors who was feeding cattle and hit one of the power lines. And I mean, the list goes on and on. But I don't know if my fiance could be in the moment because he's normally cussing so much that I don't know he could actually video and put those things on social media properly.
Well, maybe that would be therapeutic for him. Maybe that would help to ease his temper a little bit if he had to focus on getting just the right shot with his video and giving a little bit of play by play. But that is why you don't see a lot of videos from me is because I can be a little bit angry when I do something really dumb. Although I can laugh at myself in certain situations, I guess it just all depends on how much of my day has just been completely wrecked.
That sounds like the world of a cowboy there, Kevin the cowboy. And I know Chad would say the same. His dad and family are ranchers, and he's a farmer. And it's nonstop. And yeah, they can't video themselves. I need to maybe start a business where I just come out and video you grizzly old cowboys and farmers and make my own TikTok channel.
Yeah, just follow everybody around and try to catch those little gems of moments.
Yeah. Chad's been wanting me to get in the tractor and help, but I feel like that's a bad idea for one of two reasons. One, me driving heavy machinery is probably not a great idea. I have done like a backhoe type thing a little bit and skid steer and done some of those things when I was a little bit younger. But the second thing is he gets so angry. I feel like it's not good for our marriage for me to be working with him at all.
Well, yeah, and I believe that there's a lot of farming and ranching couples that learned really, really early on which tasks that they can do together and which are more of an individual opportunity.
Yep, I think you hit the nail on the head, Kevin. I'm gonna tell him that and just say, "I just wanna stay out of the field. Can I do anything else?" And so I try to do the lunches and things like that, which is a little bit more my wheelhouse.
There you go. Then, and that's important as well. And I know I've heard you talk about gardening. That's another big important thing that, and not a lot can go wrong with that. I've never heard of anyone gardening and causing the power in the neighborhood to go out.
There you go. Right? Yeah. I still can't believe that happened. But yeah, I'm not going to put the power out. I'm not going to light any dogs on fire. I'm going to just yeah, gardening. We have about it's like a 16th or an eighth of an acre that my fiance's grandma used to garden, and she passed away in December. And so I really want to bring that back to its glory days in her memory. So I hope I do. But we have a lot of alkaline in the water from the well. So I'm
Mhm.
wondering if I can somehow pipe maybe a little something from the irrigation ditch, but because it runs and flows into the grass anyways. And so if I could just get it to the garden itself, I'd have a little bit better water. And then also, Kevin, I made the mistake, or my fiance did, of using a sprinkler. And so it just sprayed all the leaves of everything. And with that salty water, it just fried those leaves up. So won't do that.
And we've dealt with some of those same things around here with our soil. And what's amazing to me is, we carry a little thing around in our pocket that has every bit of information that's ever existed. And I think about like your fiance's grandmother. She had to figure out on her own or know the stories from generations before her. They didn't have all of this fancy intellect in their pocket at the tips of their fingers. So they had to figure it out, and they did because unlike us, that we've got a lot of options of where we can go get food. They were in a little bit tougher situation. They had to grow it or catch it, or they were going to have a long, skinny winter.
Yep, and homesteading is something I'm really interested in, Kevin, because that's what we have an old homestead on the house from the property from the early 1900s, 1930s, I think, and then just like you said, how they were able to survive and eat well, by the way, without having the options is something I really want to learn. So I'm raising my pigs again. I think they'll be here soon, so I'll have two pigs again, and so I'll raise those for meat, and then I'll have the garden. So I'll be invested, and I'll be supporting Chad in some way, right?
Yeah, and you're working your way towards self-sufficiency, and that's a good thing in this day and age.
Yeah, I get a lot of flack, to be honest, from folks who don't understand or how I could. I mean, I think I've lost a couple of friends, Kevin, which is I'm surprised because I love animals. I'm a major animal lover. And it was really difficult for me to send my pigs to the butcher, but I knew what I was doing, and I knew what I was providing, and I knew I was being that provider that I wanted to be with some sustenance. But I've definitely received a little flack about it, and how could I care and love for these pigs that I spent so much time with, and then send them to the butcher. But I just have to say, you go to the grocery store, and a lot of people just don't know where their meat comes from.
Oh, for sure, 100%. And funny story, we butcher our own beef here, and we do it all. We butcher them, we cut them up, we wrap them up, we put them in the freezer. No different than people do a lot with their own wild game. We do it with our own beef. And of course, our cows calve, and the kids, they name, especially when they were little, they'd name every calf. And as we're feeding the steers out to get them fat enough to butcher, they'd have a name. And we had a client from back east was here staying with us for a week riding her horse, and we sat down. I grilled burgers, and she was going on and on with her burger. Oh, this is such good meat. It's organic. I just can't believe how great this is. And my son, who was probably about 10 at the time, said, "Yeah, that's waffle." And this lady goes, "Waffle?" And he goes, "Yeah, that was his name." I kid you not, the color came out of her face. She set the burger down mid-bite and never took another bite of that burger. And so, come to find out about her evidently is Anna you can't eat things that have names, I guess. I don't know, but, she went at the snap of a finger from saying it was great that we're raising our own food to not wanting any part of waffle.
Yeah, that is interesting, and all with the name and just the intimacy. I think that's kind of what people mentioned to me too. I named these pigs, and they had a problem with it in the end, and that was interesting to me. But obviously, they're not alone.
No, no, and there's a lot of people that are like that, and I guess if, you're in the situation that you and I and many others in Wyoming and the West are in, you just compartmentalize it, and really, like you're looking forward to getting your 2 pigs, but you already have it in your mind what part of the freezer they are going to occupy next winter.
Yep, yeah, for sure. And how much fresh side I'm getting because I don't get bacon, I don't get it cured. I just do the fresh side. Um, my
Oh,
favorite.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's kind of what I grew up on. Bacon was kind of a thing that I only got every once in a while because that's what we always had was fresh side.
I brought some down to my city friends in Denver. I haven't heard anything, but I don't think they really appreciated it as much as I do, just because I love fresh side so much and it's uncured bacon. And I was kind of explaining that to them, but I don't think they really grasped the concept. And so I'm not sure they're full believers in the fresh side or not. But I did want to mention, Kevin, uh, Chad has mentioned that I should take the next step at some point to actually learn how to butcher my own pigs. I don't think I can actually be the one to kill them though. But he did say that it would be important for me as wanting to learn homesteading to learn how to actually butcher a pig. And I've learned a little bit about butchering a deer. Is it similar?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. There's a little bit of difference to it, but it's real similar. Um, there's it's again back to that little computer we pack around in our pockets. There are some great videos on how to butcher, and I'll send you the link to the one that I use
Oh, cool.
later. But it's a really good one, and they show how to do pigs, lambs, buffalo, cows, whatever. And I know that it's made me a lot better at cutting up meat and getting different specialty cuts out of it rather than just hacking away at it with a chainsaw like I used to.
That's what I do for sure. So yeah, if you can send that to me, Kevin, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
All
So
right.
how have you enjoyed your little time here?
Oh, I've been really enjoying it, especially having folks like you on the show has really made it helpful. I know Jake does a ton of work. That's one thing is this 4-hour show is definitely a lot of work. And so I'll never think Jake isn't an extra hard worker because he's one of the best in the business. But it's been a lot of fun. I've learned so much from some of the guests, but also some of the reporters. So they've been on with Jake a bunch, but I've heard from folks that they've been able to kind of get to know you guys a little bit more behind the scenes, which I think is fun.
Oh yeah, and before I forget, speaking of our friend Jake, after my little joke about him last week about not mentioning horsemanship, I heard from his fan club. And so I need to clarify, Jake is a fine horseman. He really is. And I was just poking a little fun at him, but Jake's the kind of guy he's good at whatever he does.
That's the truth right there, 100%. And you're fantastic too. And if you don't have fun razzing each other, then what fun can you have?
That's absolutely the way it is.
It is true. All right, Cowboy Kevin, I can't wait to chat with you again. I don't know if we'll chat before I wrap up filling in for Jake, but I imagine at some point I might be back on the show. But I hope to stay connected with you because you're a cool cowboy.
Well, thank you. And yeah, we'll definitely stay in touch. You take care.
All right, have a good one. Bye bye. All right, I could talk to him all day. Cowboy Kevin is fantastic. Of course, I live in that world, but I'm not from that world, folks. No, no, no. I was not a farmer, rancher, farm kid at all. I grew up in an apartment raised by my grandmother who smoked a ton of cigarettes and shut all the windows and also never believed in rolling down a window in a car while she was smoking a cigarette. So I lived a very kind of a sheltered city, or we lived in a very crummy neighborhood in Billings, Montana, but that was the big city of Montana. And so I call myself a city gal, but I've been fly fishing for 16 years, pretty hardcore. I've been an outdoor person as soon as I left my grandma's. It's kind of funny how that works, but now I'm in the farming world and I have pigs that I'm getting ready to raise again. And I successfully raised 2 of them last year, and they were the happiest, healthiest pigs. And just, I've never had better pork than I did with them. And so I'm looking forward to doing that again, and getting some info from Kevin was fantastic. So I hope to be able to chat with Cowboy Kevin again, maybe this week while I'm filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen Herrera. Here's Don Day.
Welcome to Tuesday. It's April 1st. No Foolin' 2025. Your Day Weather podcast brought to you by ConverseCountyTourism.com. Feel the energy of Converse County. Explore Douglas's Railroad Heritage, Ayers Natural Bridge, and the Jackalope Legend. Glen Rock boasts scenic trails, dinosaur history, and small town charm. Plan your visit at ConverseCountyTourism.com. Well, the animals are getting out a bit more now as seasons are changing, but it's going to be chilly, cool, and unsettled all week. We have a very disorganized low pressure system over the western United States, and this is going to kind of spread out the energy over a lot of real estate. So no one's going to really get a lot. It's not going to turn into a big, intense storm, but it's going to stay cool and unsettled right up into the upcoming weekend. There'll be pockets of rain and snow on the plains, pockets of snow up into the high country region, and we are going to stay cool and unsettled through the weekend. Now, next week, we're going to have maybe a possible warming trend. I'm still very skeptical on what the models have here at the end of the week and over the weekend, but we'll see what pans on out. A lot of weather, as you'll see here in a moment, all across the western United States, from the east side of the Sierra Nevada to the mountains north of Craig, Colorado there. You can see those heavy, thick, dark clouds, and great shot there. Some low clouds along the east side of the Bighorn Mountains yesterday. Now, yesterday I showed you this awesome photo. In fact, it was this one right here from Nathaniel of the cloud right up on Grand Teton there. Great wave form of the air going up, getting forced up over the mountain peaks there, causing that wave to form. Just imagine the wind going along where you see that cloud there. Then we had a closer look at that from Clark, who was up there skiing in Garnet Canyon in the Tetons. So 2 great perspectives of the same cloud. Thanks for sending those on in. There's some great mammatus clouds as those showers, and as you'll see in a moment, some strong thunderstorms popped up yesterday across portions of eastern Wyoming and western Nebraska, but all the way back into Payson, Utah, showers and thunderstorms. So you can see the breadth and the scope of the geography here of the unsettled weather across many areas of the western United States, and then up into the Black Hills of South Dakota. Then rain, sleet, and snow reported with this shower in the Laramie Valley yesterday afternoon. Then we had some pretty good buildup. As temperatures got a little bit warmer east of the Continental Divide yesterday, we had this energy and moisture coming from the Pacific. The air aloft was pretty chilly yesterday while it was getting warmer closer to the ground. And there we had some really good cloud buildup east of Cheyenne there. That ended up blowing up. So you can see an anvil. So you're looking at that photo saying, wow, it's June or July. That's a scene that you see a lot as you get into late spring and early summer. We had our first, at least in this area, real severe thunderstorm that developed over western Nebraska yesterday evening. Thanks, Jan, for sending these radar shots in. But you can see the blow up there just along the Nebraska-Wyoming border. And we had 64 dBz, which is basically a very high reflectivity hit from the radar. And you can see the box here of the severe thunderstorm warning that went out for it. Now, there's one good reason why. The radar was seeing a lot of reflectivity. Yes, there was some very heavy rain coming down, bringing some beneficial rain to that area right there, but it also produced some hail that got as large as 1.5 inches in diameter. Yeah, folks, we're entering into that time of the year where we're starting to worry about hail. Thanks to storm chaser Dan Fitz for going out and chasing that last night. This was just 9 miles north of Kimball on Highway 71. So get the stuff out of your garage. This is the time of year you have to start worrying about putting the car in the garage at times. We're just getting into that season now. Beautiful shot there from northern Wyoming of the sunset. And now I have happy news to report. I want to thank everybody that signed up all across the western United States, but the final results are in. Minnesota wins the traditional category for the most signups for the 6th year in a row, but Wyoming did it. Way to go, guys. There was a huge surge of signups over the last few days, taking it right up to the end there, but you can see Wyoming finishing number 1 per capita with 52 new signups. So thank you, everyone, for signing up and taking part in the volunteer rain gauge network. Now, as we take a look at the surface map this morning, you can see the fragmented area of low pressure across the west, and the satellite really shows that very well. Not one organized swirl of clouds, but lots of patches of moisture, instability, strong jet streams aloft, and very cool air aloft as well, causing a lot of instability. So what we're going to have across a lot of the country is pockets of a lot of weather. Very heavy rain in this part of the world here. More wind, I'm afraid, for the southern plains and southern Rockies. But you can see there's a large area here of winter weather advisories from the Black Hills through the mountains of Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, a good chunk of Montana's western mountains. And we're going to have a late season snow event up here across the northern plains. So the weather getting pretty busy across the nation this week. And closer to home, you can see winter weather advisories in effect for the higher elevation. So if you're going to go over a mountain pass today, really, if you're going to be going over a mountain pass for the next 3 or 4 days, you're going to encounter some wintry weather. So here's your disorganized 500 millibar trough from Western Canada throughout the Rockies coming on through, and it's going to stay somewhat fragmented. So we're going to see the pattern by Thursday looking like this. We start to see a low getting a little bit further south, and some of the pieces, so to speak, ejecting back up into Canada and the Great Lakes. Now, if these two would come together, we would have ourselves a very large early April storm. But right now, the computer modeling wants to keep them separate. But with this trough overhead, between now and Saturday, it's going to keep conditions cool, moist, and unstable. This is the precipitation forecast through 6 p.m. on Thursday. So you can see across the Dakotas here, across Montana, there's a trail here of some heavier precipitation in the form of rain and snow. Here's your snow chances up into the mountains, and you can see all the green here. So there's going to be more opportunities for rain showers, a little bit of isolated thunderstorm activity, and just unsettled cool weather throughout the west and into the central plains. And you remember a week ago when it was so warm? Well, this is for the next 5 days. This is the temperature anomaly. So it's going to be back to some very chilly conditions here for the first 5 days of April. And this is what the snowfall looks like between now and Thursday. Now, as we get into Friday and Saturday, we're still going to have to contend with this. The low pressure system is going to slide down into New Mexico and Arizona here, but it's still somewhat connected. It's not cutting off from the flow like it looked like it might do. As long as these two systems work together and move together, this will not become a significant spring storm. So we still have to watch it. I'm not exactly 100% sure I'm buying what the models are selling here, just because the time of year you'll get these lows that end up pinching off and get left behind and cause unsettled weather. But if it does move in one whole piece, this will allow this high pressure ridge to come in late in the weekend and into next week for a nice big warm up. So we'll just have to see what happens here. What the good news could be for you folks down here is moisture. So with the low going down further south, southern Colorado, the Panhandles, southwest Kansas, and New Mexico could end up getting some beneficial moisture. We'll see. Like I said, some question marks on this, but this is an area that could really use some precipitation and might be in line to get some more. Have yourself a good Tuesday. Don't fall for any April Fool's jokes. We'll see you tomorrow.
So great hearing from Mr. Don Day. Mr. Day, I love his forecast. He's got a great podcast, and of course, he's got a great website as well. Just search Don Day Weather, and you'll find it. It's the 1st of April, has me thinking, what is in store for this fine month of April? Well, of course, we know April Fool's Day, which is today. This month we have Good Friday, also Easter as well. We have Easter on the 20th. 420 is Easter this year, which is also known. I've been doing a family-friendly radio show for my whole career of 17 years in radio, so I've never really mentioned 420, but if I did, I always said it was Snoop Dogg's Day. So for those of you that know what that means, but it's on the same day as Easter. So anyways, Easter Sunday is on the 20th. So the 19th and 20th, you'll have tons of Easter egg celebrations and Easter egg hunts and church services and family gatherings and great food too. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure historically my grandma always did ham for Easter. I'm not a big fan of ham. I have enjoyed the ham hocks I got from my own pigs, but wasn't a big fan of ham. But I remember the only way she could really get me to eat ham on Easter was with cherry sauce and pineapples. So she would poke pineapples in the ham and then put some little cherry sauce on there, and I would eat grandma's ham on Easter. Bless my grandma. Love her. She passed away 11 years ago on the 24th of April. So Easter is a little hard for sure, because that was right around, actually, I think Easter that year was a little bit earlier. But anyways, April for me is just a kind of time. But I do love Easter. We have a niece and a nephew who are young. We got them a couple of things for Easter, so I like some of the Easter gifts. Question for you. Do you like Peeps? Yes, the Easter candy, the marshmallow with all the sugar, Peeps. My grandma loved Peeps. I don't know why. I hate Peeps. I also have to think if grandma was trying to make it so that I wouldn't eat her candy. And so she just decided that she'll just go all in on Peeps. Peeps, cotton candy, and peach and green apple rings. Definitely my grandma's go-to at my wedding. I hope I can have a few of those things kind of around just in her memory. But I cannot stand Peeps. I just can't stand it. Anybody else with me? No Peeps. No Peeps. Now they have Peeps for every holiday. Peeps for Christmas. Peeps for Halloween. Peeps for 4th of July. I saw Peeps for 4th of July. And of course, they're always iconic for me on Easter, because that's kind of where they got their start, was Easter Peeps. So not a fan of the Easter candy, the Easter Peeps there. So there you go, and there you be. I won't be getting Peeps this Easter. That's for sure. So thanks for joining the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare,
We'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Back in the saddle again. Shireen filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Glad to be here on the 1st of April. I was just talking about Easter in April and just that being the main holiday and really thinking about spring break kind of being a big deal for April. But then I was also thinking about the different major national events. Tax Day, the dreaded Tax Day, April 15th. Earth Day is the 22nd and Arbor Day is the 25th. I like both of those because I'm not, heavy on, pushing environmentalist stuff, but I am big on making sure we keep areas that I love to recreate and areas that families love to recreate clean and picked up and looking good as well. So a reminder to care for the environment isn't bad at all. And that's why we have Earth Day and Arbor Day. Of course, folks really on Arbor Day plant trees. That's the 25th. And Tax Day again. Dun, dun, dun. Dreaded Tax Day, April 15th. So those are a couple of big days in the month of April. I mentioned Easter on the 20th. You'll have a ton of Easter egg celebrations and Easter egg hunts on Saturday and Sunday. And of course, services and family dinners. And most people are dyeing Easter eggs, leading up to Easter or the week before, a few days before. You don't want to do it too early. I know that much. You don't want to do the real eggs too early on the front of dyeing them. And then you also want to make sure, parents, my grandma made this mistake. We have the phones too. I wonder if there's an app you can track where you put every Easter egg at. There has to be. Let me know if you find one, because if you leave a real egg somewhere and you can't find it, like my grandma did, then you find it months later and it stinks. You find it when it stinks. Good morning. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen filling in for Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, April 1st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming may have lost a legend with the death of former U.S. Senator Al Simpson, but the 6'7" man who stood larger than life is surely not forgotten. Simpson died March 14th at the age of 93. On Monday, Simpson's family and friends gathered at Christ Episcopal Church in Cody for his funeral service, the final event in a series of honors that started at the state capitol last week. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson was at the service.
What really struck me was kind of the range of emotions that we saw. Everything from laughs, tears, points of inspiration. I found Pete Simpson, Al's brother's speech, probably the most emotional, kind of that brotherly connection, and it brought me to tears.
In addition to Simpson's family, around 150 of his closest friends were also in the audience, including U.S. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis, Governor Mark Gordon, Yellowstone National Park Superintendent Cam Shawley, and University of Wyoming President Ed Seidel. Country music star Clint Black was also in attendance and sang a song in Simpson's honor. 18-year-old Wyotech student Reagan Schaefer checked in with his mother, Stephanie, on Sunday, March 23rd at around 7 p.m. and told her he was in for the night. But the young man's plans changed. Just a few hours later, Schaefer was killed in a tragic accident 30 miles away from his apartment in Laramie, helping a stranded motorist on Highway 130. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to Schaefer's family about the details surrounding the young man's death.
According to what the Highway Patrol told the family, Riggin was out on this road at 10:30 at night on a Sunday, helping another 18-year-old who had crashed their car and was stuck perpendicular, blocking one lane of traffic, when a 50-something-year-old motorist came upon the scene and tragically crashed into the crash site. And so Riggin was standing right there and took the blow and died instantly.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol has not released details about the incident and the drivers involved, but the family was told it's being investigated as two separate crashes. The brother of a man who died last summer after shooting at National Park Service rangers in Yellowstone National Park is asking a judge not to let the government keep all of the man's things. 28-year-old Lucas Fussner died in a shootout the morning of July 4th in Canyon Village after taking a hostage for several hours, making statements about committing a mass shooting, then shooting a park ranger in the foot and firing at others. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Fussner's possessions were part of a plot to commit mass violence. That's according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that allows the government to take possession of them.
Over time, the United States has decided that if your property is involved in a crime, the government can seize your property, but other people with a potential claim on it can also argue about that in court, whether the government should have it. So Lucas Fussner's brother, Noah, is asking the court, don't let the federal government take all his stuff. We shared a lot of this stuff.
Noah Fussner hopes the guns connected to the shootout will be sold to offer restitution to the park ranger who was shot. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Well, observers watching Yellowstone National Park's Old Faithful webcam got quite the spectacle Monday afternoon. A bison herd decided a wandering grizzly got too close for comfort and sent it scurrying through the snow. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that grizzlies might be the apex predators of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, but bison are bigger.
Grizzlies routinely walk through bison herds. It's not that big of a thing. You can see it happen all the time, but it only takes one bison with a chip on its shoulder to decide that the bear is threatening or that it's not moving fast enough. So in this incident, the bison seemed like they were just going to let it pass, but before you knew it, they had joined together and you had about 20 bison chasing after a grizzly, and the grizzly took the hint and ran off.
It was the latest amazing wildlife moment captured on the Old Faithful webcam for its international audience. A recording of the entire incident was posted on the Geyser Times dashboard as one of the day's highlights. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Great to be here with you, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake. And the 1st of April, it is a nice morning here in central Wyoming and a little bit cooler this week. We'll have a forecast coming up from Dawn Day. Gives you a more in-depth, and I should say a really in-depth look at what's happening not only in the state but in the region. Thanks for being here with me this morning, and thanks for sending your shout outs and encouragement. Make sure you sign up for the newsletter with Cowboy State Daily and cowboystatedaily.com. We were talking about April events and reminders for April holidays, calendar celebrations. We don't have any major as far as federal holidays in April. And so I think a lot of folks are after spring break. Some are enjoying it right now. We'll be looking ahead to May for that Memorial Day and that Memorial Weekend, which marks the next federal holiday and the next day that government employees get that day off. A lot of other jobs get it off, schools, of course. And then a reminder that on Memorial Day, banks, post offices, all the goods won't be open. But that's the next federal holiday. It's not for a while. This is kind of one of those months where there is a lot going on. Of course, we have tax day, we have Easter, we have some that are enjoying spring break for the first week of April. And then that next real break will be Memorial Weekend. And I know a lot of folks will be looking to that. Dawn Day mentioned there's lots of weekends, Mother's Day weekends that Wyomingites have experienced snow. We know that to be true. And he kind of uses that as that mark for when the nice weather will potentially start after that Mother's Day weekend into Memorial Weekend. But let's be honest, how many of us have been out on Memorial Weekend camping and it's always raining? Or if I'm working or if I'm somewhere, it's always raining so I'm not trying to jinx us, knock on wood. This is real wood, by the way, so I'm doing some good there. But that's the next big break after spring break here will be that Memorial Weekend. And then school will be out. I know I'm going to some graduations. I'm really excited. I'm going to my cousin's daughter's graduation in Colorado Springs. And a little backstory on that is I recently found out who my real father is. Never knew who my real father was growing up. It was very weird. My grandma didn't know who he was. My mom didn't know who he was potentially. I thought it was one person, and she was told no. It ended up being that person in her defense, but I did it, one of those ancestry DNA tests. And that's how I found my biological father. He didn't do the test. No, his sister did, though, and it came up as my aunt. And so that's how I found out. But his sister, the one that did the ancestry DNA test, has a daughter. So it's my dad's niece. And they live in Colorado Springs, so they're not too far away from me. The rest of them are in Michigan or Florida. So it was kind of cool. And we've been in contact since I found them and found my family. And that's her daughter that's graduating. So I'm going to go down and watch, or I don't think I'll attend the actual graduation. They only give limited seats for those things. But we're going to be a part of a big party. And yeah, it'll be super cool. I just really never thought I'd be able to say that I, know who my father is, but also that his niece is my friend, my cousin, and I'm going to go to her daughter's graduation. And they're huge Disney fans. They've been to every Disney thing, every Disney cruise, every Disney place. They've even gone to Disney in other parts of the world. So they're huge Disney fans. They love Disney World, I think, in particular, is their number one thing. So, but back to graduations, that's right around the corner. I know I'll be attending other graduations. We have another, my fiance's cousin, her daughter is graduating, and so we'll be a part of that. That's a little bit later in May, but I'm excited. So May is full of just so many great things. I mentioned Memorial Weekend, but also graduation. I just can't believe that's right around the corner. And I'm also always trying to stay up with when schools get out. Across Wyoming and the Northwest, they vary all over the place. And even right here in central Wyoming, we'll have 4 different last days of school all over the place. And also, it's different for our private schools that we have here as well. So I'll be trying to keep my eye on the end of the school year for all the different schools and all the different students, and of course, college as well. I know some seniors are crunching right now, really the month of April, trying to make sure that they've decided where they're going to college and finishing some of those admissions for fall. And I know that's intense and on a lot of folks' plates. So April, enjoy it. I know it's a little bit cooler weather, but we have Easter because once we hit May, like I just said, we've got a lot of stuff going on. We've got Mother's Day weekend, graduation, Memorial weekend, and more in May. So as that approaches, kind of take some time the month of April. I know I need to. I feel like I have an extremely busy month of May. So for me, I'm going to try to get some stuff done around the house, maybe some of that spring cleaning with the cooler weather, maybe a few things outdoors next week, and then we'll be ready for May Day, and it's going to be May. So we'll be seeing that meme all over the place. Good morning, Shireen, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
All right, I'm Shireen Herrera, filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Glad to be here with you. Sweet Renee, how are you this morning?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. Rounding out the show here this morning. Glad to have you back on. And yeah, I'm here for a few more days, and then, Jake will be back.
Yeah.
How's your morning going?
Oh, it's going.
That sounds busy.
Yeah, I need more coffee.
Oh, yeah, sister friend, me too. I just realized I I have the grounds left. So,
Uh-oh.
yep, I'm on the outs too. I probably need one more cup. But when you get up at 4:45, I've had about 4 cups, so maybe that's too many.
Oh, yeah. When I was in college, we used to drink coffee so much, and, like, not just in the morning either, like, at night, after dinner, we would sit there and drink all of the coffee in the cafeteria. Like, there'd be 4 or 5 pots, we would sit there and drink all of it.
Well, that's the way you have to get all that homework done.
Right before bed, right? What were we thinking?
My grandma did that, and I still kind of do that. But she just drank coffee all day long. She had a pot of coffee on that bun maker, and
Yeah.
she just would drink the same pot of coffee too all day. It was so gross. She would just keep the heat on.
Yeah, after a while, coffee starts to break down. I would make a fresh pot. Well, they make those cool pots now where you just pour the coffee in and it'll keep it hot for 2 days.
Oh, really? Or just the
You seen those?
thermoses?
Yeah, and like they got a screw top lid, and when you want coffee, just unscrew it a little and pour some out, and it'll still be hot.
2 days?
Some of those will keep them hot for a couple of days.
Yeah, I need one of those. Although we go back to the old coffee thing, and sometimes I'm like, the fresh brew is nice.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna drink it after a day of sitting there, but,
Hey, if I'm camping or I'm high, I'm all about it. I don't care what it's like. I don't care at that point when I'm in the back country or something. I'll take
Yeah,
instant coffee, whatever you have.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Well,
Well oh, go ahead.
sorry, what are you working on right now for CSD?
Well, so what I really like to do is, talk about this, vertical farming lab in Laramie that's on hold amid bankruptcy. This is kind of an interesting story, I think, for people to check into. They got the state's largest ever economic development grant. It would have been the world's largest vertical farming research center. We've got this world population is growing. Uh, how are we going to feed all these new people? That's kind of the thinking behind these indoor vertical farms. Their idea is if they provide perfect growing conditions, they will boost yields so much that the additional input of electricity and so forth isn't gonna, make them unprofitable. But we're seeing that that sector is having a lot of difficulty, and plenty has filed for bankruptcy. So the big, huge research center that they were planning to build in Laramie is on an indefinite hold. They are still going to keep a couple of their facilities going, so they're not completely gone. And one of the facilities they will keep is their existing Plant Science and Research and Development Center in Laramie. That was the headquarters for Bright Agritech, founded by a University of Wyoming graduate. But so I think this is a pretty interesting one to watch. They could pull out of this tailspin still yet. They've got that lucrative partnership with Driscoll's that make grows strawberries. Driscoll's has struggled to expand its market for strawberries because they're so perishable. And their hope is that an indoor growing setup will allow them to, have a little more shelf life, get to a few more markets, uh, put indoor growing centers in other markets where they wanna sell strawberries. So, it could be a very interesting concept,
A-
going forward.
And Project Jupiter is what it's called, correct, Renee?
Yeah,
Yeah. Um,
yeah.
I know Landers, so I live in central Wyoming and I do a lot of stuff with CWC. And they actually have a vertical growing shipping container that's at the Lander campus. And they just
Oh, they
recently
did?
did an open house on it, Renee. And I wasn't able to actually make it, but I heard from a number of people how cool it was. So I love old shipping containers, and now they're getting really expensive where I can't afford to buy one and make it into a little like shop or a house or something. But down in
Yeah.
Santa Fe, I saw them. They were building houses basically with these shipping containers and then putting Adobe over them to make them look like that Adobe style. But now shipping containers are being used for this vertical farming. And so Lander has this shipping container, and I guess it's so high tech that they can all the plants can separate. They're like on a almost like a closet described it, and they can separate if a computer tells them like, "Hey, the plant on in row H100 has an issue or it doesn't isn't doing well." They can separate all, bring back all the rows, and just go into that one little section and fix that plant. And then after they're done, they all squish back together to make more room, to be able to farm more stuff in this vertical farming. I'm fascinated by it. I hope Landers does well with the shipping containers. And I guess it's really cool from everybody who saw it. But Jackson also has that vertical farming, don't they?
Yeah, they do have a vertical farming company. Their name's escaping me right at the moment.
Me too. Yeah.
But they have started a project over on the East Coast, have built a pretty big facility over there that's supposed to become operational any day. And they've been revamping or renovating, would probably be the right word, their facility in Jackson. So kind of interesting there. But where is this Lander shipping container?
It's at the CWC Lander location. Yeah, come visit, Renee. Tell me when you're over here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's at the Lander CWC campus, and they did, like I said, they did business after hours with the chamber, and then they did an open house. And a lot of people I know were like, "Wow, this thing is neat."
Yeah, it sounds really neat. Now I want to go see it myself.
Yeah, and
Uh,
it's smaller.
yeah,
It sounds like it's on a much smaller scale than Project Jupiter.
yeah, Project Jupiter would have been 60,000 square feet of space.
Wow.
And it was a research facility. So the goal there was to advance the science, boost the yields even more, look at new crops that could be grown indoors. I mean, right now, the crops that work indoors, they're kind of your leafy greens. You can grow tomatoes that way pretty well, especially like cherry tomatoes work
Mm.
well for that. You can grow anything leafy like basil, herbs, will do all right that way. But things like fruit trees and watermelons and, uh, you still need to be outside to
Yeah.
get, economical yields from that. So, there's a lot of science to figure out yet. I think my thought is plenty just tried to do too much too fast, for where the science is for that right now.
Yep.
And the other thing that happens to a lot of agricultural producers, like with hemp, for example, yeah, they can grow hemp. It grows really well. It even grows in a drought. I in North Dakota saw this guy who had a hemp farm. It was a terrible, terrible drought that year. Everyone's fields were basically brown. But this guy had green because he was growing hemp, but he had no market for it. So he grew some hemp, but where are you going to sell it?
Right, right. Well, that's fascinating. Renee, I look forward to continuing following your great stories, but also on the vertical farming. I hope you have some more information coming out on that.
All right. Sounds good.
Have a great day.
You too.
See
Bye
ya.
bye.
Bye bye. Always great getting Renee on, and that vertical farming is definitely an interesting topic and an interesting concept when it comes to obviously the story with the 60,000 project and research area in Laramie going bankrupt. Renee will have more on that. She'll be able to give us all the details we need to know. We've got another guest joining the show. I really want to get some kind of cool guest thing that says like guest time or something. I'll work on that. But we have David joining. David, how are you?
I'm well. Good morning.
Good morning. David Madison, Cowboy State Daily, writes some great stories, cowboystatedaily.com. David, what are you working on right now?
Well, we have had two stories recalling the tragic death of Regan Schaefer. He was an 18-year-old young man from Broadus, Montana, who was attending WyoTech in car restoration. And the details of his death have yet to come out. The Wyoming Highway Patrol has not released anything. And so we've been going on what authorities have shared with the family. And what we know for sure is that he was hit by a vehicle while standing next to another vehicle. And he may have been trying to help. It appears he was trying to help the person in the vehicle when he was hit. And so it's been a sad bit of reporting, talking to parents and his sister who lives in Rock Springs. And yeah, I hope that our articles have been a bit of a celebration of life. You know, he's a really a you know typical ranch kid from eastern Montana who fell in love with cars and really found his path in Laramie. Uh, reportedly made new friends, forged relationships with his instructors at Wyotech, was liked by his coworkers at the local ski area there outside Laramie, and so yeah, that's I've been chasing that, and we're really interested to see what the official Wyoming Highway Patrol report will ultimately reveal.
Yeah, I think that's always difficult to write about, but what a just a great looking kid too, and just very had such a promising future ahead. And knowing a lot of kids from that area, I'm talking, Billings, Huntley, Roundup, Broadus, Malta. A lot of them have found their way to Wyotech,
Oh,
interestingly enough. So there's a lot of connections there, and I'm so glad to have you writing this story, David, and having your pulse on that connection because a lot of times I connect a lot of our stories with the folks up in that region of Montana, and we also are so similar in wanting to help folks out that are on the side of the road or that need help. And so I urge folks that might be listening to this, paying attention is extremely important and always moving over if you see somebody on that's parked, even just parked on the side of the road. I'm weird about that though, David.
yeah. Again, we just don't know. It's so frustrating not to have a more formal report
Right.
um, out there. But on top of yeah, another challenging bit of reporting came last week when we wrote about this carbon sequestration project in Southwest Wyoming, where the BLM comes out with a press release and offers a couple of contacts for the media to speak with. But actually, they didn't want to speak with us, and so we're left with this press release, and we're left with this decision to lease 605,000 acres of underground space. Nowhere in this report and approval do they talk about how the carbon will be injected into the ground. And so those that have been watching it are just kind of shrugging their shoulders, going, "Well, we've never seen this before." Um, the joke among some was that they would be immaculately injected. That you just have to have faith that it'll happen somehow. Um, what is happening is that the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality is going to take the next step of permitting, and so look for that coverage. We're going to follow up and see where and how these injection wells will one day be approved, perhaps to match up with this, this space, a whole lot of space. It's a big, big chunk of Southwest Wyoming.
Well, I'm a big conservationist, David, but I do believe that we can have things like this done safely. I believe in good mining. I believe in ethical mineral mining and things of that nature. I believe that this could be possible, that there are ways that they can do it safely. But there's more questions, and that's where you come into play is as a conservationist. For me, I oppose it because my questions aren't really answered and I don't know a lot about it right now. So thanks for
Yeah.
bringing this up, and I'll be looking into it and sending it to my conservation friends. And one thing I do want to note, David, is I know folks that are very well connected with the BLM, and they can't talk to the BLM, so
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
never easy.
No, there's been a trend with the change in administration in Washington. I have found it very difficult to get comment from federal employees. That's a big change in the last, 6 months.
Well, hopefully that changes more for the better and some more transparency there. But I just want some more questions answered about this. But again, I do believe there's ways that we can mine safely. Potentially, this could be done safely if we know for sure. And so that story is on cowboystatedaily.com. Yeah, you have a lot of, you do have some intense stories right now, David.
Yeah, the one I haven't published yet, I'm working on. So here I am in my office in Bozeman, and I'm trying to make this relatable to a Wyoming audience, as I always do. And what's happening here in Bozeman is there's a real backlash going on about development and gentrification. And so we ran a story about, there's a billboard here that says, "Make Bozeman, Montana again." And the sentiment there is that make it a small town that's affordable for working families. I mean, I think that's kind of what's behind that. And instead, what we have in Bozeman is a building boom going on with really expensive real estate, tons of new condos, and there's efforts to bring affordable housing to downtown Bozeman in particular. But the particulars of that are really hotly debated. And so tonight, there's a meeting over a project called the Guthrie, which has really divided, I guess, downtown watchers over, is this really an affordable housing project? Or is this employee housing for the big developer populating downtown Bozeman with new hotels? And so I don't know the answer to that, but I'll be watching that. And I think there's some relevance to those who live in Jackson and elsewhere in Wyoming, where they're feeling the pinch on housing costs. And yeah, we'll see where it goes. So that's a to be determined.
Well, David, if you get the chance tomorrow to tune in, I have a guy who's kind of really connected with the affordable housing issue in in Wyoming here, but
Mhm.
in particular in Lander, Wyoming, which a lot of people don't associate with having an issue, but we sure do. We not only have an issue with affordable housing, we also have an issue with housing, period, where some of our great businesses just can't recruit in anybody or have folks live here. Bozeman is in the similar position. So I think it's very important that we watch stuff like that. So I'm interested to see what Owen Sweeney has to say tomorrow.
Sweeney.
And also, I'd love to hear back from you. And I can't wait to read your story on kind of what's going on in Bozeman, having lived there years ago when it was a small town, and Missoula and Billings were bigger. You know, Billings is the bigger city, and Missoula was larger than Bozeman. Now a shift financially has really been seen by me and many other people. And so I don't know if that's ever going to change, David. I want to have hope and be optimistic for you and the folks in Los Angeles. But as Big Sky is creeping closer and the Gallatin Gateway is creeping closer, and you now have, Belgrade and Manhattan that are now just part of Bozeman, and Three Forks is even sucking in closer there. I don't know what the answer is, but I sure hope the good folks of Bozeman can still continue to have that small town feel.
Yeah, I owned a house in Lander back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, and it was. I remember when we purchased it, it was hard to find. There were maybe three to choose from. You know, the housing stock was so small, and you see that that's definitely something small towns in Wyoming and Montana share, is that just the inventory of houses on the market is very challenging to newcomers coming in. And so yeah, that's the classic story is the perfect nurse candidate, the perfect teacher, the perfect fireman accepts the job and then starts looking around at the housing and has to turn it down. And so, yeah, that is a problem yet in search of a solution for sure.
Well, I'm hoping for one down this line of crazy population and how that will ebb and flow, especially in the Bozeman area. Well, I can't wait to chat with you again. I'm really looking forward to seeing if you have an article kind of on what's happening in that Bozeman area.
Okay. All right.
All right, sir. We'll talk soon.
Okay. Thank you.
See ya. All right. Again, we just mentioned that we'll have Owen Sweeney on tomorrow, who has a great pulse on affordable housing in the Lander area and kind of the issues that are really plaguing our business owners in this area. So I look forward to that. Great connection there with David Madison, who reports and writes for the Cowboy State Daily crew and cowboystatedaily.com. He's based out of Montana, but there's so many direct connections that I'm really thankful that he's with the crew and writing those stories. It also makes me miss home a little bit from time to time, but when he talks about how crazy Bozeman is, although I didn't live there for very long, I definitely don't miss that. Thanks for listening to the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm Shireen, filling in for Jake.
Welcome to Tuesday. It's April 1st. No Foolin' 2025, your day weather podcast brought to you by ConversCountyTourism.com. Feel the energy of Converse County. Explore Douglas's railroad heritage, Ayers Natural Bridge, and the Jackalope legend. Glen Rock boasts scenic trails, dinosaur history, and small town charm. Plan your visit at ConversCountyTourism.com. Well, the animals are getting out a bit more now as seasons are changing, but it's going to be chilly, cool, and unsettled all week. We have a very disorganized low pressure system over the western United States, and this is going to kind of spread out the energy over a lot of real estate. So no one's going to really get a lot. It's not going to turn into a big, intense storm, but it's going to stay cool and unsettled right up into the upcoming weekend. There'll be pockets of rain and snow on the plains, pockets of snow up into the high country region, and we are going to stay cool and unsettled through the weekend. Now, next week, we're going to have maybe a possible warming trend. I'm still very skeptical on what the models have here at the end of the week and over the weekend, but we'll see what pans on out. A lot of weather, as you'll see here in a moment, all across the western United States, from the east side of the Sierra Nevada to the mountains north of Craig, Colorado there. You can see those heavy, thick, dark clouds, and great shot there. Some low clouds along the east side of the Bighorn Mountains yesterday. Now, yesterday I showed you this awesome photo. In fact, it was this one right here from Nathaniel of the cloud right up on Grand Teton there. Great wave form of the air going up, getting forced up over the mountain peaks there, causing that wave to form. Just imagine the wind going along where you see that cloud there. Then we had a closer look at that from Clark, who was up there skiing in Garnet Canyon in the Tetons. So two great perspectives of the same cloud. Thanks for sending those on in. There's some great mammatus clouds as those showers, and as you'll see in a moment, some strong thunderstorms popped up yesterday across portions of eastern Wyoming and western Nebraska, but all the way back into Payson, Utah, showers and thunderstorms. So you can see the breadth and the scope of the geography here of the unsettled weather across many areas of the western United States, and then up into the Black Hills of South Dakota. Then rain, sleet, and snow reported with this shower in the Laramie Valley yesterday afternoon. Then we had some pretty good buildup. As temperatures got a little bit warmer east of the Continental Divide yesterday, we had this energy and moisture coming from the Pacific. The air aloft was pretty chilly yesterday while it was getting warmer closer to the ground, and there we had some really good cloud buildup east of Cheyenne there. That ended up blowing up. So you can see an anvil. So you're looking at that photo saying, wow, it's June or July. That's a scene that you see a lot as you get into late spring and early summer. We had our first, at least in this area, real severe thunderstorm that developed over western Nebraska yesterday evening. Thanks, Jan, for sending these radar shots in. But you can see the blow up there just along the Nebraska-Wyoming border. And we had 64 dBz, which is basically a very high reflectivity hit from the radar. And you can see the box here of the severe thunderstorm warning that went out for it. Now, there's one good reason why the radar was seeing a lot of reflectivity. Yes, there was some very heavy rain coming down, bringing some beneficial rain to that area right there, but it also produced some hail that got as large as 1.5 inches in diameter. Yeah, folks, we're entering into that time of the year where we're starting to worry about hail. Thanks to storm chaser Dan Fitz for going out and chasing that last night. This was just 9 miles north of Kimball on Highway 71. So get the stuff out of your garage. This is the time of year you have to start worrying about putting the car in the garage at times. We're just getting into that season now. Beautiful shot there from northern Wyoming of the sunset. And now I have happy news to report. I want to thank everybody that signed up all across the Western United States, but the final results are in. Minnesota wins the traditional category for the most signups for the 6th year in a row, but Wyoming did it. Way to go, guys. There was a huge surge of signups over the last few days, taking it right up to the end there, but you can see Wyoming finishing number 1 per capita with 52 new signups. So thank you, everyone, for signing up and taking part in the volunteer rain gauge network. Now, as we take a look at the surface map this morning, you can see the fragmented area of low pressure across the west, and the satellite really shows that very well. Not one organized swirl of clouds, but lots of patches of moisture, instability, strong jet streams aloft, and very cool air aloft as well, causing a lot of instability. So what we're going to have across a lot of the country is pockets of a lot of weather. Very heavy rain in this part of the world here. More wind, I'm afraid, for the southern plains and southern Rockies. But you can see there's a large area here of winter weather advisories from the Black Hills through the mountains of Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, a good chunk of Montana's western mountains. And we're going to have a late season snow event up here across the northern plains. So the weather getting pretty busy across the nation this week. And closer to home, you can see winter weather advisories in effect for the higher elevation. So if you're going to go over a mountain pass today, really, if you're going to be going over a mountain pass for the next 3 or 4 days, you're going to encounter some wintry weather. So here's your disorganized 500 millibar trough from Western Canada throughout the Rockies coming on through, and it's going to stay somewhat fragmented. So we're going to see the pattern by Thursday looking like this. We start to see a low getting a little bit further south, and some of the pieces, so to speak, ejecting back up into Canada and the Great Lakes. Now, if these two would come together, we would have ourselves a very large early April storm. But right now, the computer modeling wants to keep them separate. But with this trough overhead, between now and Saturday, it's going to keep conditions cool, moist, and unstable. This is the precipitation forecast through 6 p.m. on Thursday. So you can see across the Dakotas here, across Montana, there's a trail here of some heavier precipitation in the form of rain and snow. Here's your snow chances up into the mountains, and you can see all the green here. So there's going to be more opportunities for rain showers, a little bit of isolated thunderstorm activity, and just unsettled cool weather throughout the west and into the central plains. And you remember a week ago when it was so warm? Well, this is for the next 5 days. This is the temperature anomaly. So it's going to be back to some very chilly conditions here for the first 5 days of April. And this is what the snowfall looks like between now and Thursday. Now, as we get into Friday and Saturday, we're still going to have to contend with this. The low pressure system is going to slide down into New Mexico and Arizona here, but it's still somewhat connected. It's not cutting off from the flow like it looked like it might do. As long as these two systems work together and move together, this will not become a significant spring storm. So we still have to watch it. I'm not exactly 100% sure I'm buying what the models are selling here, just because the time of year you'll get these lows that end up pinching off and get left behind and cause unsettled weather. But if it does move in one whole piece, this will allow this high pressure ridge to come in late in the weekend and into next week for a nice big warm up. So we'll just have to see what happens here. What the good news could be for you folks down here is moisture. So with the low going down further south, southern Colorado, the Panhandles, southwest Kansas, and New Mexico could end up getting some beneficial moisture. We'll see. Like I said, some question marks on this, but this is an area that could really use some precipitation and might be in line to get some more. Have yourself a good Tuesday. Don't fall for any April Fool's jokes. We'll see you tomorrow.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning morning show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Well, it's good to be back. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Had some great guests this morning, some great conversations. Cowboy Kevin. I learned about the penguin on the Little America sign and why there was a penguin. I was questioning that. Jackie Dorothy has a story, cowboystatedaily.com, about the Little America sign that was found basically in a junk pile on some guy's property in Hot Springs County. But the old Little America sign had a penguin on it. And I asked her, why a penguin, Wyoming? And just the coolest story. So please, if you missed it, you can go back after the show and listen to that. Just fun learning some of these great stories and finding out more about the crew with Cowboy State Daily. We have a lot of folks in Wyoming that are enjoying some spring break this week. Some folks were on spring break last week, but spring break season is in full swing, and airlines and airports are seeing a busier season than last. And TSA says 5% jump in flyers over last year is what they expect. That means that the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, which is the country's second busiest airport, that means that 4.8 million flyers will be through that airport just in the few weeks of spring break. Again, just shy of 5 million people are traveling through that Dallas-Fort Worth airport around spring break. That also might be the airport you want to avoid for spring break. For us here in Wyoming, if we fly out, many times we fly to Salt Lake or to Denver. So it's not as big. But if your next flight is to Dallas or Fort Worth, which if you're flying, to certain areas, that might be, although a lot of times from Mexico, I think Houston is another landing spot there. But again, just shy of 5 million flyers that will be traveling through that Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, the second busiest airport in the country. And yeah, that's just a lot of people. No, thanks. I try to avoid traveling around any busy time. Recently, with airlines and a lot of information and coverage on not only some tragic plane crashes, but also plane issues in general. You may have seen the video at a DIA where a lot of folks were standing on the wings of the airplane. And the reason they were doing so is because the engine caught on fire. I don't want to be anywhere near the airplane when the engine is on fire or any type of fire. There's jet fuel in that thing. And as far as I know, that's extremely flammable. Anyways, they evacuated them onto the wing. I thought to myself, why didn't they bring out that little slide and get everybody off and out of there? But I guess the wing was the smartest, safest place for them. They know much more than I do. But there's been a lot of uncertainty around planes. And so they have seen a slowing in demand, but they've still seen an increase in flying over last year, no matter what. Now, spring break costs are up 7% from last year, according to AAA. Hotel stays are up by about 8%. And, spring break is just one of those weeks where the kids, are off already. College kids are off. And so it's a great time for families to get together wherever is. You do always usually normally see a little bit of an increase in gasoline prices when it comes to spring break, but I guess gas is 30 cents a gallon cheaper average. That doesn't mean everywhere than it was in 2024. They also talk about, different ways to be able to save for spring break. And a lot of them say, using one of those third party sites, talking to a travel agent, and just looking for deals. If you know that that is the only time that you can take a break is spring break, then you want to do some planning in advance. I have to take a trip at the end of June, and I always thought that you wanted to wait till about 6 weeks or maybe a little earlier to buy your ticket. But I looked at the ticket back in December and it was $100 cheaper than it is now. And I don't think it'll go down at this point. I think it will only go up. And so I'm not sure I'll find a last minute deal out of our small airport, but I do find some really great deals. And it was a really great deal back in December. And now just $100 more, which is still a great deal for folks who are flying out of rural areas like I am in central Wyoming. But folks are enjoying spring break, and this is definitely one of those weeks where many parts of Wyoming will be cooler and hopefully with some precip in the form of rain or snow, depending on what day and what elevation you're at. But this is one of those weeks where being in a warmer place might be enjoyable and might be nice. Last week, I knew many folks that were in warm places, but we had a couple of crazy warm spring-like days in Wyoming. One 75, mid 70s in central Wyoming on Thursday. It was upper 60s, right around 70 the day before. And that was kind of reversed in some other areas. They had a really warm day last Wednesday and then also a warm day on Thursday. So we had a couple of nice days that we could kind of rub into the folks that went to warmer places and on the beach enjoying some beach time and sunshine. We had a few really nice days there, so not bad at all. I'm Shireen Herrera filling in for Jake, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. I'm really excited on Thursday morning. Senator Lummis will be joining the show. We're going to talk about a couple of different things, but one of which is ditching the penny. Yeah, no longer. Yeah, we'll talk about what to forecast with that and how things are going. I guess it costs a lot to make the penny, so it does make sense. But my question is everything's like $9.99, $14.99. We know all of that is going to just go up to $15. And I have a couple of bags of change. I know there's hundreds of dollars in there. So, also, what about find a penny, pick it up all day long? You have good luck. We have to change it to a nickel. Find a nickel. I don't know. That doesn't make as much sense, right? But I'm all for ditching the penny if it costs a lot of money to make. That just makes sense. So she'll be on the show on Thursday. Tomorrow, I'm excited to have Owen Sweeney from the Lander Chamber of Commerce. He'll be joining to talk about what David Madison and I talked about. David writes for the Cowboy State Daily crew, and he's based out of Bozeman. We like to affectionately call that Bose Angeles, and it's been called Bose Angeles for many, many years. And it's because it was forecasted many years ago that this would happen, that a lot of folks that had a lot of money would move in, and there would be a housing issue, and mainly the affordable housing issue. They're building a lot in that area, but a lot of those homes are not affordable to you or me, potentially to some, but not for the majority of folks that really are needed to work and make that community run. It's such a great community. Now, I went to University of Montana, go Grizz. So, of course, a little rivalry there, but I actually lived in Bozeman before then, and I was actually a Bobcat fan. And so, if it's Montana, I'm all about it. If it's Wyoming, I'm all about it. I like to cheer on my friends and place I used to live in Idaho. If it's Colorado, I'm normally not for it, but I am going for the Avs. Just was able to see them play the LA Kings on Thursday night, and my Pittsburgh Penguins are not in the playoffs, and so with them out, I'd like to see the Avs. Of course, it's great for a lot of folks I know that are fans of the Colorado Avalanche there. So, but back to the housing, we'll have Owen Sweeney who will be on to chat about some affordable housing issues that an area I live in is seeing, and it's plaguing some of our business owners. And David Madison was talking about that being an issue in Bozeman. It's an extreme issue in Bozeman now, especially with the college, but he's going to be attending a meeting. I imagine some folks might have pitchforks at that one, but I'm interested to see what shakes up and what kind of story comes out of that. So I'll be following David's stories, cowboystatedaily.com. And remember to subscribe to that daily newsletter, and you can get all the info you need to know. We have Mr. John Beggs, who now has a Saturday morning show. And so when you get up on Saturday morning, you can log in to your Facebook page or YouTube for Cowboy State Daily, and you can watch John and all the fun he has. John is a character. He's got a ton of great stories. He also has some great guests that he's able to bring on. He's known a lot of folks in the Wyoming and Colorado area and beyond. And so I expect John to have some fantastic guests on his show. That'll be every Saturday morning with Cowboy State Daily. And again, you can find it on Facebook. You can find it online. You can find it on YouTube. You can find it on socials. You can find it on your stories. So wherever you get your reels and all your fun, you can find the Cowboy State Daily morning show. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting over April Fools. I haven't seen a single April Fools joke, but I've been on the show. Nobody's tried to prank me. Thank goodness. What would have happened if somebody pranked me while I'm filling in for Jake? What if this was all a prank? But what if somebody tried to prank me while I'm filling in for Jake and I just had anxiety and just couldn't take it because he's just got big shoes to fill. He does a fantastic morning show and he's just a fantastic guy. So I was a little nervous coming into his role, especially for 2 weeks. But that really would have been funny if somebody pranked me on April Fool's Day on the show. So I'm glad nobody did. And here we are at the end. I made it through another day with the Cowboy State Daily crew. Always kind, always generous. Always wonderful to have Don Day joining the show. We had Mark Hines on. We had Cowboy Kevin, who sent me some details on how to butcher my own pigs, although I'm not sure I'm there yet. I know I'm not able to actually take them out. That's my casino term. So I'm not sure I'm quite there yet, but I will be checking out his butcher video. Of course, we had Renee Jean, we had David Madison on, and looking for, Jen Coker this morning. Looking forward to more guests this week and more fun with the Cowboy State Daily crew. Hey, you have a great rest of your day. Remember, 2 hands on the wheel, 2 eyes on the road, and I'll be back tomorrow morning.